All right, benchmark index already up 15.2% from its December 24th low.
UMRX, Singapore Micro Romeo
Investors will keep
X-ray.
an eye on signs of progress regarding U.S. trade talks and their border security talks this week. Mr. Flanges, good morning. Lower-level officials kicked off another round of trade talks between U.S. and China today in Beijing. Higher-level talks will take place Thursday and Friday with U.S. Trade Representatives Robert Lighthizer and Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin for hopes of making progress before the March 1st deadline. In Washington, border security talks have reportedly broken down, damaging efforts to prevent another shutdown by the February 15th deadline. President Trump is expected to be interviewed, by Fox News tonight at 10 p.m. U.S. Treasuries are roughly unchanged, with a 2-year yield and 10-year yield 1 basis point, up 1 basis point each. The U.S. dollar index is up 0.2% to 96.79, and crude is down 0.9% to 52.26 a barrel. Stocks on the move this morning. Tesla is up 2.7% after the stock was upgraded to a buy from a hold at Canaccord Genuity with a target share price of $450. NVIDIA is trading down a little after stock's target price was lowered to 200 from cent. India's Sensex was up down 0.4%. Korea's Kospi was up 0.2%. We go on to some earnings. Restaurant brands, QSR beat by penny, reported revenues in line. Diamond Offshore missed by 2 cents, missed on revenue. That's about it. Not much out there this morning. Activision expected to announce hundreds of job cuts, according to report. And Atmos Energy ATO to join the S&P 500. Spire SR to join the S&P Midcap 400. North Star Realty Europe NRE to join the S&P Small Cap 600. Let's see what else we have here. We have quite a few IPOs this week. Should we go over those? Anciano Therapeutics, ANCO Biotech, clinical stage biotech, targeting gene therapy to improve standard treatment of early stage bladder cancer. These have not been priced yet. Avedro, AVDR, commercial stage medical technology company focused on treating corneal aesthetic disorders. Then we have Bank Florida, BFL, Florida State Chartered Community Bank. Then we have Cybus Global, which is a biotech company using advanced technologies to develop desirable plant traits for global seed industries. Interesting. Stealth Biotherapeutics, MITO, clinical stage biotech company focused on therapies for diseases involving mitochondrial dysfunction. And THR2 Therapeutics, TCRR, again, another T-cell therapy for patients suffering from cancer. Virgin Trains, U.S. Virgin Trains. This is interesting. Virgin Trains, VTUS, owner and operator of express passenger rail systems in Florida. Plan to offer 28 million shares between 17 and 19. Well, go figure. Virgin Trains. Is that like Virgin Airlines? I guess it is. I don't know. Go figure. We got a lot of stocks gapping this morning. NUVA up 15%. Groupon up 6%. AKS Steel up 6%. AMRN up 4%. Toll Brothers up 3%. The list goes on and on. One of my favorites, Coop. The Coop is up another 2.9%. Vale, VALE, up 2.6%. Tesla up 2.5%. EA up 2.1%. And the list keeps on going. Teva up some. UAA up, Momo up. Gapping down, we have SNN down 6%. Overstock OSTK down 4%. HMY down 2.3%. GT 2% lower. And again, some of those getting hit. NVIDIA down 1.3%. Electronic Arts upgraded to a buy from neutral. Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, target 110. Hasbro upgraded to a buy at Monish, Crespi, and Hart, target 109. Tesla, we mentioned earlier, upgraded to a buy from a hold at Canaccord Genuity, target 450 buckaroos. Downgrades in Bed Bath & Beyond, downgraded to a sell. Electronic Arts, we have an upgrade in that, and we also have a downgrade. Downgraded to neutral from a buy, Buckingham Research, target 103. Goodyear Tires, downgraded to an underperform from neutral at Longbow, target $14. And also downgraded to a hold from a buy at Argus. NVIDIA downgraded to a market perform from an outperform at Bernstein, 175 target. Others, NVIDIA, target lowered to 200 from 244 at Citigroup, replaced as a top pick by Marvell, MRVL, replaces NVIDIA as a top pick out of Citigroup. Can you believe it? Economic data of note. Nothing today. Let's take a look at earnings after the close today. We have, let me see here. What do I recognize? I got all the symbols, but the symbols are getting less and less noticeable. ACB. We have RAMP, RAMP, NWE, Inveco, Road. Not seeing anything that's too big. Nothing big today after the close that I'm interested in. All right, just to look a little bit further, tomorrow morning we have Shopify, SHOP, Under Armour, UAA, and that's it. And WEC, that's about it. After hours tomorrow, again, same thing. Things are winding down. Occidental Petroleum is out tomorrow, February 12th, after the close. OXY, big oil and gas stock. Twila also coming out tomorrow. We'll get to the stocks. Yes, we'll take a look. I got a few in the stocks in there that we'll take a look at here just in 2 more minutes. Let me just double check. We got everything on our news. I do believe we do. We got everything. We got everything. All right. All right, so if I missed, let me go back, scroll back into the chat room, see if I missed anything. Good morning. GT falling wedge. Can you take a look at EMN here? EMN, which is, I think, let me get my charts up. Actually, I don't. That's one thing I need. TC 2000 up. I'm ready to kick some butt today. I went skiing over the weekend, and I'm not a big skier, so I went falling mostly over the weekend, but it was nice. Went to a place called Camelback here in Pennsylvania, down in Pennsylvania, and I had a great time. Came back refreshed. It was nice. A little sore. Sprained my thumb. Got knocked down by crazy people skiing 1,000 miles an hour. I was like a pinball to these people. Yoda, good morning. ISRG does look good now. Make sure we got everything on the screen here. It fits properly. right, got that side set up. Let's go to this side over here. Boom. And we'll go down to this side over here. Bring it in, Johnny, bring it in. Good morning, Trader RJC. Good to see you. All right, so what are some of the stocks you want to look at here? EMN. I thought it was Eastern Chemical, but I don't know why I'm thinking that. EMN. Oh, it is. That's why I'm thinking of it, because that's what it is. I think we looked at this for a second last week. I looked at it. The good old tough ones. I mean, why can't they just be divergences? Because the divergences just work. And again, until we get those really good divergences, your odds go with the trend. The trend is still down on this. It's a nice pullback, but the market's up a little today. You can see some of the red marks on the chart here. This represents the bid and ask pre-market. So I'm not seeing anything. It's a very wide spread there. Take a look at the 5-minute chart. You're not seeing any action here pre-market. So we're just looking at the daily, which has a small little pullback. It's back under the 20. Remember, when we have the momentum to the upside, you have a better chance of being able to guess the direction. Right now, the momentum's to the downside. So it's a little harder to say, all right, today's the day it's going to reverse, or do we go a little lower and then reverse? I love big candlesticks, big reversals, divergences, Nike check mark, momentum shifting, and being able to have that on your side. So looking at this chart, it doesn't give me that. So I'm not going to point that out saying, hey, this looks good. You have momentum on your side and stuff. The one thing we do have, let's take a look at the weekly. The weekly is kind of extended here too. But that could be a tough one. I'm not fully convinced that the weekly can't, that's just such a long time frame that intraday or, daily trades could be not affected by the weekly. I wouldn't put too much into that. Take a look at a couple charts here. Midpoint of the thing. We look at this. What is this telling us? It's a 200 EMA breakdown channel line bounce. You had a pretty decent pivot here. Definitely a pivot here. 3 pivots, trend line coming through. A breakdown through the 200, coming down to the lower trend line, which, we could place it there because of that larger candle. We bounced back up to the 200, pulled right back, bounced back up to the 200. This was a great setup for a bounce play off the lower trend line. Of course, we could look at this back here and say, yeah, in hindsight, that's where we wanted to be long. Not a bad setup, though. In hindsight. Remember, we were looking at Verizon going forward as a possible, and I was still looking at the weekly on that, so let me go back. Hold on. Let me fix that. That's still the weekly on here. This is a weekly setup on that. So let's go to the daily. Daily's not giving us that daily, so I apologize that this was the weekly 200 EMA. And again, I don't want to pay attention to that, and that's not the same setup that I was just concentrating on. Other than here it is, the same thing. Here's the 200 period moving average to drop down the lower trend line underneath us. Go figure, Go figure how it bounced off that lower trend line once, twice. With a divergent signal here. This one didn't give me anything. So that's it. That's my analysis of this, other than pretty decent candle on Friday, pushed back into the pattern. Another thing to have on your side is just a higher high. What's the common denominator of a trend? Lots of times you'll see that higher low and a higher high. When you have a lower low and a lower high, the trend is saying. So I mean, right now you do have that. You do have that lower high and lower low setup. That's going on there. Oh, come on. How do I get rid of this? All right, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. All right, any other stocks you want to bring up? I have a lot of good setups for this week. Good research. I put it out Thursday, so you had plenty of time to look at. Sony was one of them. SNE. Oh, where did that go to? I mean, that already bounced off of that. I knew that was a great level. Still looks pretty good down here. You can see we are oversold. So we're oversold. The momentum now has shifted. It's an ADS. It trades foreign markets, so it has that, a lot of times it has that gap effect. So you really had to buy into that weakness to effectively get that gap. With the market a little higher, it might even gap a little higher. Anyway, down here you have to be interested in Sony. The Verizon VZ, that's what I was talking about. Here's our first opportunity on a 200 EMA, and all we have to do is wait for a move down here. It might not happen. In my notes on the video, I said there's lots of times I'll see this setup here consolidate right at the 200 and move out into it. So there's two trades here, either one to the upside or one down here into the upside. So as I said, it's great to get in here. It has to be a swing trade. It's not an aggressive mover. If it starts moving back down, don't worry. I think you're going to get a tremendous bounce off of the 49 area if it gets down, if it even gets there. Looks like it wants to move higher. I'm waiting for it. I think, get some news out here. It kind of flushes this area down. I'd be all over this. Let's see what else we have. Sony, Verizon. There is some good cheap ones here. KHC down here. I was very interested to me. Even though we are rolling over, I'm holding off. I have a feeling we're going to... I mean, look how far this window's come down. Look from the weekly. This was a spin-off, I believe, or a merger. Kraft and Heinz, I think. What was it? Back in the day, I remember it because we always traded. And look at the run it's made. And it's basically come all the way back, all the way back to this initial consolidation zone. All right. So that's looks like a great level down here. That's the weekly. Now look at the daily. Seems to be holding up okay here. We've seen these go lower, but I think it's the risk versus reward down at this level is really starting to play in your favor. KHC starting to hold on to the this level. So KHC. What did I do? Did I do anything Friday? Hey, Dak. Good morning. KHC. Plan had a nice move on. Definitely had a nice move on Friday. Came back in engulfing pattern. Yeah, long plan. That's the plan on that one. JP Morgan. Love to see JPM get going, but it's pulled back a little. Again, drifting lower. See how today reacts. And there's Paul. We had three. I think it wasn't. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look at this. These are three reversal candles we had on Friday. Here's Occidental Petroleum, OXY, which has earnings out, I believe, on Tuesday, Wednesday. We just went over it. This week they have earnings. Just mind that. That looks interesting. EOG, another one. Oil and gas stock. Same thing. And the PXO, I believe PXD. Yeah, the PXDs. Another oil and gas stock, all with the same pattern, same big hammer. Let's take a look at the OIH. Excuse me, so many words. OIH. They didn't give us the candle like the Occidental did. But let's take a look at PSX. I believe it had earnings out over the weekend or last week. It held up pretty good after earnings. Stay within that candle. I have a feeling these are going to go higher. All right. GT falling wedge, Goodyear tire. Oh, yeah. I remember trading this back at this price years ago, back in 2011, 2012, when it was down $10. It's getting down there. It's kind of a no trading stock for me, but I see what you're looking at. A decent channel, possible wedge pattern. Close on the lows. I got a video here. Carry it.
Another winter storm head toward the Hudson Valley for Tuesday, and much like the other storms so far this season, it looks like it'll start out as snow across the region, but will mix with sleet and possibly even some freezing rain, maybe even some rain for parts of the area as we head into Tuesday and Tuesday night. What's going on, everybody? This is Bill, and let's take a quick look at the setup.
I'm on a weekly chart again.
A familiar looking setup. Ultimately, what we have is we have a high pressure as we get toward our Tuesday morning. This is a Tuesday morning weather map around 7 o'clock in the morning. And you can see we've got a high pressure in southern Canada. It's going to push some cold air down in the Hudson Valley. We're going to wake up to temperatures, probably in the low 20s, right around 20 degrees in some spots Tuesday morning. It'll probably be dry across a good portion of the Hudson Valley. And the reason for that is that in addition to being cold, this air is dry. So you can kind of see
100 shares was a trust that has to make distribution.
All right.
It's a trust that benefits his kids. I mean, you're talking about, I'm sure between now and the end of the year, these trusts will probably sell 50, 100,000 shares over time, because these trusts were set up years ago to make distribution. They have nothing in them but Viru. How else can they make a distribution?
Yeah.
They got to sell the stock.
Yeah.
But it's peanuts.
Yeah.
You're talking about a guy with 8.5 million fucking shares selling a couple of 100,000 shares over a year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a joke. And the day in December, I mean, if you really wanted to look into this, the day in December when he filed the scheduled sales for these two trusts over the year that he's going to make those sales, you can pre-tell everybody you're doing it.
Sure.
What this filing, a 10b5 filing says, the next day that one guy bought 100,000 and the one guy bought 30,000.
Yeah, no, I'm not
in
worried.
December. So
yeah.
I mean, if you need the cash to make distributions, you got no choice.
Yeah.
Now, if he was selling 100,000 shares every 2 weeks or some shit, I'd say it's something to take notice of, but that's not the case.
Yeah.
I'm sure you see it.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, you see the volume while you were snow bunnying?
Yeah. Well,
So, I mean, there's interested buyers, and I also find it interesting that earnings are Wednesday.
Yeah.
And the meeting is Thursday.
Yep.
So those sons of bitches are going to have this meeting 8 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday, get on a jet, and present in California on Thursday. This morning, and I said, this kind of fits the bill. This is the fucking thing that I traded. I don't know if you did this one or not, recently, but, it came back to 4 and change. It ran to 13. It came back to 3 and change. It ran to 9 and change. It came down to 4 and change. It went up from $2, but now it's, up this morning. There is news on it. And even though there's 73 million out, it's a very slow floater. There's a lot of that that's closely held. So that's the only thing that popped up on my screen today, but I didn't do anything with it. die.
Captain, I just I turn it off sometimes
They have until the 15th to file.
to protect some private stuff.
Since September 30th till Jan 1 has been positive, not negative.
Yeah.
But again, you know, you get a couple of people that don't have to file, that aren't required to file as funds or hedge funds or whatever, that have 400,000 or 500,000 shares each or something. It doesn't take too many of them, if they decide to get out, to just sit on the stock.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting for the 4 biggest ones to file. So they got to file by Wednesday. So I'll let you know when I see it. All righty.
All right. Well, if anything, I'm here now. I'm ready.
Okay, man.
Bye. No, I did. You know what? Sometimes I'm very fast on the knob because I don't want anything to come across that would you know, be wrong or anything. You know, I just don't want to try to get information about stocks and let it, you know, be the first person to hear that I'm hearing it and stuff. And then if I kind of feel like it's going the wrong, you know, not the wrong direction, but maybe personal stuff, I want to take that off. So I kind of turn it off so I could analyze it and hear it, and then I'll put it back on sometimes. But I just kind of, you know, play it by ear. Paul, if you could get the meter on my screen to work, then go tell me how to get it on, because it does not work on my thing. I even uninstalled it and brought it back on. Believe me, I want the meter on just as much as you do. Hey, what's up, Rob? Good morning. I'm using the I'm actually using OBS right now, so and I wish I could use my OBS meter, but I can't like just isolate that. So I'm not using the XSplit. I'm using the OBS and just doing that one. No, but snow's on our way. Is on its way, but we didn't get anything. But I heard there was some snow south of me in New York City, probably down by you, right? Yeah, you know, I'm just. Do you think I'm doing too much on the OBS? Let me double check here. Let me see where my settings are. Snap sensitivity, stream. It doesn't tell. Where do I even see what my output is? Oh, the video width, nothing. Audio, video. Yeah, it looks like I could turn it off and turn it down. It looks like I am doing 30 frames per second. All right, let me turn it off and turn it back on fast. All right, let's get that out of the way. It's 9/11. Of course it is. It's 9/11. It's always 9/11 when I look. I'll be right back. Let me turn this off and turn it back on and fix the bandwidth. It's getting pretty cold out. We have about 15 minutes to go. If you guys have any stocks you want to go over, I'm ready to rock here today. We're gonna make some money. We're gonna do some. Let me turn on the heat. It's supposed to snow tomorrow. I hope it snows. I hope my kids have off tomorrow. That'd be nice for them. I didn't watch the Grammys last night, which I just can't stand anything like that anymore. It used to be good. It's like almost like I'm turning into a little geezer or something. Let me get my stuff on here. All right. Hey, Bilal, I'm so glad that things are kind of behind you. So I think that's a big positive for everyone. Sucks that you had to go through it because you're a good guy. And no one should have to go through that bullshit. But it's over, right? And we all learn, live and learn and whatever. It's just good to be behind you. What do you learn? You can't learn anything. How do you learn anything from this? You can't. You know what I learned sometimes? I try to learn, I try to say this every day. No matter how bad it is, there's always someone out there that has it worse. So there's always something to be happy about. You got your kids, you got your health. God, and some people would give 2 limbs for that. Let's get ready to rock. 9:20, 10 minutes to go. Standard operating procedure. High-tech push-up day. Good music. We're going to identify all the trading opportunities. Hopefully I'm going to take a few of these. We have a good HPS watch list. Let's see if we can start to put in a couple channels here. I don't have the music on, so let's fix that fast before we blow the open. Don't blow the open. Sounds dirty. Hey, Paul, do I have control of the music? I don't know why I can't seem. I'm not hearing the music on my side. So I don't think it's playing. It's not playing, Paul. Like, I think your daughter listens to it over the weekend at school, and she puts it on her computer, and I can't get it back to my computer. Devices available. It says now I don't have any devices available. Let me turn it off and on. Well, you know what? I think I have the jungle. I have the jungle. Let me see. Rob.
Music on his computer.
Rob, you have to log off the computer, Rob.
You can actually change that though, where it says devices.
Yeah, but I'm trying to.
You click on where it says listen on this computer.
Yeah, but it's not giving me an option. It's just saying learn more. Connect lets you play and control Spotify on your devices. Start Spotify on another device and it will magically appear here. Learn more, and then it brings me to a website.
You want to log off real quick? Let me see if I can fix it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that and just stay on.
All right.
That's fine, real quick. Let me know when you click off.
All right, I just clicked off. All right.
Yeah, so he was doing the tunes.
All right. Veru here. Maybe a little pre-market activity here up at $1.54. There we go. I hear something now.
I just did radio on.
All right, but I could access it now?
Yeah, just double click right on in there.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Will. Bye. Good song. There we go. Thank you. All right. We have 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. So we had a nice pop on Eli Lilly on Friday, and I didn't take it off. And that's because I thought we had such a good pop. It gave back a little. Let me take a look at that. That's going to be in focus. LLY. Got up to 121 on Friday. It was amazing. The thing was ripping. Looks like it was up at 121 this morning. Holy crap. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Back down to 119.
Order pending.
Looks like the bot has taken a shot here. I might go over there for a second. Want to switch over there for a second? That's the original gangster. Has taken a position here. Uh-oh, I don't see anything. There it is. Sorry. What a day. It's not even started yet. All right, you guys ready? Welcome to Day Trading Radio. I think I have them. I think I have it on twice. I did. Good morning, everyone.
Order canceled.
So I took it off. Pretty flat. Didn't like the setup, but it has a mind of its own. But this looks like almost a double bottom divergence, so beware. See what happens in the morning here. The VWAP is right underneath us. We're starting off, futures are starting off about 8 1/4 higher. I wouldn't mind to see a little pop here out of the gate. We have Alibaba, acting strong this morning, and it just took a dive. It was acting strong, and it just took a dive. This thing looked like it just jumped off the cliff in Rio de Janeiro. Is that where they jump off the cliff? 'Cause look at that. It was right hanging up here, running, and holy crap. Maybe we're going to have to, I don't know. Lockheed Martin here, nice pop. Man, got my cough back again. Goldman Sachs, nice pop. I wanted to see the JP Morgan get going. A lot of stocks that I'm interested in now.
Congressional aid
want to see a little better strength.
That negotiations, top U.S. congressional negotiations on border security to meet later on Monday.
Coup here starting off nice.
And impasse in the shutdown talks. Washington Post reporting top U.S. lawmakers to meet Monday afternoon on averting a government shutdown again.
Government shutdown again.
Congressional aid reporting, according to Reuters.
I am talking. Can you guys hear me? I am talking. And the meters don't work on my machine right now until I figure that out. Maybe I'll figure it out tonight. If you don't hear me, the chances are I'm not talking. Why don't we go with that? All right, market here got through that 200 here. Slight break out of the downward channel. Seeing if we get any further upside off of this move. IBM here, nice move. Tilray here out of the gate here, moving higher. SWK looks good. Google pushing higher. LABU. We got the bot thing on there. I want to switch it back over to the main channel. That gives you an idea of what I'm looking at. But Alibaba was showing relative strength. It did a fake out breakout move. Now it's breaking out and running 170 coming up. Square also pushing higher. Looking very good. I gotta get a couple things up on my screen here. I don't know. Push the stop and play button on your, maybe on your, well, you can't hear me. That's the problem.
Sandy Papa spiking
Match.com here selling off. Lockheed Martin now selling off.
13.5%. That's November Sandy Papa.
Papa looking pretty strong. Oh, we have to remember CVS too.
GOSS, Gossamer Bio, IPO that was out last week, moving this morning, 1906, at a high of 1974.
I heard tooth. Mr.
That's GOSS. That's GOSS.
All right. Let me restart my dashboard now. Market here chopping around. This is a pretty decent divergence right here. I'm going to mark this off as our first decent divergence. Now, I don't have a divergence bot on. I just have the really good bot that's really good on. But this is a nice divergence. I bet if I activate my divergence bot, it will come back and fill this spot in like it was a divergence. Maybe I'll do that in a second. But right now, you have a nice divergence to the upside. That's pretty nice. I'll probably get a little shake here until 950.
Shares of IKEA spiking here, 2170. Weekly 22.5 call sweep. Active now, that's India, Quebec.
Oh, there's Mr. Lamb doing construction again. A lot of good stocks here on the move. Beautiful divergence here. Textbook divergence. Different ways you could take that. Futures, options, SPY calls. 1 minute time frame, so it's a little bit more of a faster move, but it almost guarantees a break out of the channel and a more aggressive move higher. This is really a nice one, and that one's brought to you by Coca-Cola. Take a look at the SPX fast, and you can see a big move up here on the SPX. Not that it was a divergence, but it was just a strong move. Let's take a look at the 3 minute. Same thing. 1 minute. Yeah, it just took off here. Just took off. Pretty strong. We got some music for you. Maximilian posting his trades in the room that he's looking at. He's looking at Shopify coming out with earnings. We have Team, Zen, MEDP. Those are the ones he'll be scalping. CGC here breaking down. Tilray here starting to roll over. Google continue to push higher very aggressively. Very strong. Eli Lilly has dropped back down under $19. Square is pushing at the highs. Vero back to flat. Credit Suisse pushing higher. Let's take a look at JP Morgan, which is up 41 cents. And I have to find that. But the BABA looking very good here, 170 and change. Let me take a look at JP Morgan. Where are you, stock? There you are. All right, I'm watching this one for signs of strength. Plan hanging in there. Plan is hanging in there. Could we get a pop on Plan? PLAN. One of my favorites going forward on the, just because, hey, look at the volume, guys. Look at how this day is starting out. Why is it just so very sporadic, even in the S&P? Like, do we have a lapse in data between in the first minute? It's just very strange. Like there's some weird gaps going on. Credit Suisse. Well, maybe it's just a gap up. I don't know. There's Baba. Just very interesting strength.
Budget getting a pop to the high. CAR, Avis budget getting a pop to the high.
Strange, and then Plan is popping all over the place.
After an earlier upgrade
I wonder if it's my
Goldman
internet.
Sachs.
All right, watch this. I want to bring this over.
Upgrading to a buy from a sell.
I want to bring this over on the bot here,
Goldman upgrading to a buy from a sell
and then I'm gonna.
on Avis
I want to
budget.
activate the divergency and see
Now up
if
about
this
9.25%.
candle down would have been a divergence. Because what's nice about this platform is if when I add something to it, it'll backfill all the positions. So I could actually see if, like, so I want to put this divergence scan in here. Let me see if I could find it. This one might be the good one. Yeah, this is a good one. One bar close on each tick. All right, let's see what it looks like. Here we go. Apply. Yeah. So it looks like it did take a bunch of trades there. Let's see what happened there. That's interesting. All right, so you had a divergence long. A profit target hit. Profit target had two divergence longs. One at 27.13 and one 27.14 divergence long. Why did it take two? Why wasn't it called the original gangster? Maybe it just set up twice in a row. That's weird. But anyway, it worked. Both of them worked out great. And what I wanted to make sure is that we are recognizing those divergences. Wow, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, so we'll come back to that. I'll put the volume on that. That way, if we hear it, let me see. Is there volume on it? Well, the market here just reversing fast. Let's go back. Oh man, talk about a reversal. Things are feeling a little weird to me today. A little weird. Some of my quotes are really jumping all around. Something seems to be out of sorts. It might be just me. It might just be my internet today. But I want to go on record in telling you something feels weird. That way, if the whole thing goes up in flames, I've called it. CS here, CS Credit Suisse actually showing relative strength. Looks like Max here getting one of his first scalps in the room here, posting that. Thank you, Max. I gotta take a look at that and see how it's playing. This could be another divergence setup, believe it or not. Q&P, right? Oh, that thing, yeah, taking off here. Taking off against the grain. Nice breakout. Beautiful trade. This is the one Max is in right now. It's a breakout play. Great momentum. Market was selling off. This continues to push higher. So he's in it, you know, at 163.87. 163. Oh, it's right up against that level right now.
SPI spiking here, Sandy Papa India, $3.98 of 45%. SPI spiking here, Sandy Papa India, $3.98 of 45%. That's
Baba now pulling back some. Apple pulling back some. All over the place. All right, now first song of the day. It's Johnny. Well, we got. Do we have? No, we don't have anything playing yet. So first one of the day, I want to play a little Iggy Pop with the Punk Rockers. Great tune. Great tune.
YELP Yelp hearing deal reporters looking at acquiring Yelp. That's Yankee Echo Lima Papa. Shares of Yelp hitting a high of 38.56, now at 38.41. Again, deal reporter says that Interactive hitting possibly could be making a bid for Yelp, YELP. WRORX halted on a circuit breaker. That's Whiskey Oscar Romeo X-ray halted on a circuit breaker at the high.
All right, back here with you. Watching the lower trend line here. Let's see what happens.
BP CEO Dudley says he sees no reduction in oil demand. BP CEO Dudley says he sees no reduction in oil demand. That's Bravo Papa. That's Bravo Papa. Crude dropping to the low 51.26. Crude.
All right, we're getting a little reversal here.
26.
Right on that lower trend line.
TSN Tyson Foods, March 60 call sweep. TSN Tyson Foods, March 60 call sweep. Tango Sandy November. Shares off the highs 59.51, up 22 cents. Tango Sandy November.
The meter does not work, Rector. For some reason, it does not work on my machine. But you can hear the music behind me playing through, so that's why I keep it on a little. So I have the meter here on the screen, but it doesn't show up anywhere on my screens for some reason. I can't move it. I can't. I'll figure it out. Maybe I can figure it out next couple days. I have to maybe I did reinstall it, and I think it has something to do with I changed out the monitor. It has a different resolution. Maybe it's something, I don't know. Look at that trend line here. Trend line reversal, candlestick reversal, 2 HPS indicators lining up. You have that underlying trend line. Came basically down to it, maybe a tick away from it, if even that. A nice bounce. That's weird. I have the bandwidth. I am using the OBS software, but I have a low bandwidth. Let me check to see if anything else is running in the background. Let me turn my team viewer off, and then I think that's about it. JP Morgan here, at least holding up, not really selling off with the market. Here comes Plan 9 from outer space. I'm going to move that one over on the screen here. Still looking pretty strong. Holding above that 32 level. But market here breaking down here some. Previous close coming up, previous highs coming up. So this is a big level. Previous high. Remember, we usually use these levels as support and resistance anytime you have a line on that. Watch for that combination of things. So we have a combination lower trend line, previous high, possible divergence here. Look at that 44, how that's starting to turn up there. We're not seeing any divergences called by the bot. How's that UNP holding up against this? I don't have my charts now. Where are they all going? Oh, there it is. UNP holding up great against this. So when he sees that relative strength, just right now, I'm just noticing he's seeing that relative strength, he's going to add to his position, which he just did. So he just added to his position on UNP. the market is selling off. UNP is basically rallying. So when you get a nice pop, or we get a bounce here, which we should, right in this zone, we should get a nice bounce here. That UNP should lead the way. Let's see what else we have that catches our attention here. Not much on that. CVS hanging in there. Let's go to the CVS chart. You can see the CVS actually holding above that 20-period moving average. And you want to measure relative strength by using the moving averages too. So if I'm looking at the SPS or the SPX versus this, the price is also holding. So it's relative to what's going on here. It's just actually the market is hanging in there. It's even though it feels weak right here, with a nice gap up, we're still up 4 points. I was just looking at it before. I said, man, we've been selling off. It feels like we're really negative. But you know what? We're positive still. And this looks like a pretty decent divergence. See if the bot takes this. See if I take this. Now, I won't be able to stream the other charts on my side, but I'll walk you through it. Let's see if I can get in here.
Order filled.
Yeah. I want to take a shot here on that. This is a divergence, and this is our trend line break. So I want to look for a break out of this channel, out of this wedge pattern.
WRX, SC Works, open now. Still under very low volumes. Whiskey Oscar Romeo X-ray.
Should have noticed that coming back here, and I should have took that trade here. I'd be way ahead of the game, already up 2 points. You could pretty much feel that divergence starting to work out because of the stochastics were starting to stall here. And there's still a chance of this failing, but you know what? We're up a quarter here now. 37, a point. Here's our breakout of the channel or the wedge pattern. I had to watch for another. I'd probably get another. So we got a point on this.
Order filled.
All right, I'm taking that right there. And I jumped the gun on that. I just wanted to make a first good trade of the day, but I think this is going higher. I think this is going higher there, but I took my profit. But there it is. It's going higher. Look how strong the stochastics are. Here's a downward trend line, which we...
Shares of Tesla moving volume 317.48 the high. Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
CVS here pushing a little bit higher.
To a buy from a hold time Tesla.
And all I'm waiting for is another divergence to take that same divergence. That was a perfect divergence setup right there. Worked perfectly. Very little risk in it. We understood our profit potential, pushing up against that VWAP. We knew that we're probably going to break out of this pattern, so our profit could be up here. And at that point, multiple contracts, you're scaling out, you're letting it run. If you have one, you just push the button, wait for the next setup. The closest thing to the best setup we're going to get in this market. So could even be a bottom. It could be a bottom too. Now JP Morgan here pushing a little bit higher. The bot didn't take this setup though, which I'm surprised. I don't know why. Let me see. I have them both up. I don't know. That's a good divergence on my screen, and it looks like it should have taken it. Let me see if there's another divergence scan I have. Very weird. Didn't take that one. All right, so basically from that, you got in when I did around that 10 and a quarter level. It went up to 13 and a quarter. 3-point move off of that divergence. And that's a late entry on that divergence. I think you kind of got a point. You could have got in it under 10, 27.10. And then, look at that. They just pulled the rug. The rug pull is there. That's why I feel better having the manual identification of the setups. Pushing the button to get out, not letting the market come back, grab all those trailing stops, comes back, sneaks, and then it moves higher. You know, these little flash moves are algorithms here, just searching. I always compare them to those little hunting robots in the Matrix. When they're in the Matrix in the spaceship, and these things are like searching for energy and stuff. I always think that's the market searching around for people's orders, and they'll come all the way down and grab those trailing stops, and then continue to push up higher. And you're like, oh man! And it probably can, you know, read and analyze what's here and what's down here, and what would be caused if we came down and cleared this level out. Would you know? This is a God, that's a widowmaker. And you can't get away from that with an automated system probably. You have to just ride that out manually. Sentinels, yeah. That's what I always feel these candles are. I feel like, I'm living in the Matrix, watching these lines up and down,
over the next year,
and understanding behind them there's programs. We're making basic programs to identify. You don't think there's programs out there that are analyzing every order and know the levels and know the reaction after you buy and clear those levels, and where other levels come into play and push it. There's got to be such a good algorithm that causes these moves in the market. And you just have to imagine it, and you could think of the most, pure and the best algorithms. I mean, they're just algorithms that are analyzing everyone's order. They're looking at level 2, so looking at all the information given, and probably able to get information we can't get about order routing and processing, and where orders are stacked up, and it knows just by the calculation, just because it's a computer, if we clear it at a level, what would step up into that level? Would that be enough to push it back higher? It would know everything. If it could come down and grab stocks and cause people to get out of their positions because they have automated trading stops in. And the market so zoom, got them, back up, all around. So we have to figure that out. We have to know that. We really have to, can't be trapped by being in a machine like this. We have to have a little control over our destiny. Bye-bye. Still showing pretty good strength. Goldman Sachs Financials holding up pretty good. In a few minutes, we'll take a look at the market map and see where that is lining up. SWK 128.67. Nice pop. LABU here still looking pretty good. JP Morgan, again, still looking good. Match.com. Schlumberger looking pretty good.
BlackRock's Turnell says overall view on emerging markets favors equities over debt. would look to buy emerging market debt.
Let's take a look
on
at the
any
NOC.
material
Maximilian
price
here
dip, given
banging the
solid
table
near-term outlook.
on NOC here, banging the table. And here goes our DRNA. Let's take a look at that one first because it has a little pop on it. I wanted to see, I thought today was an important day on this. It's starting to move back up. It's starting to rotate back up. Need this to hold this double bottom here. I don't even, you know, that looks fine. All right, let's take a look at the NOC here. And that's not it. NOC. Johnny N. Northrop Grumman. And again, very similar to the UNP. See the two similar flags here? Kind of sideways consolidation, very strong, holding under the 20-period moving average, starting to break, getting the momentum. Now, the big thing with Max, he could get in and get out fast, and he has, you know, a big, you know, has a lot of buying power, so he can buy the shares of this and kind of ride this wave. You know, it's everyone has a different style of trading, but it's easy. You can get in here and then add up here and cost average here and sell up here. Let's take a look here. What was the other one we're looking at? Oh, NOC. So NOC, that actually is showing better relative strength as there's no pullback in that and actually making new highs on the day. But the patterns are similar. Recent 20-50 crossover. The price is holding above the 20. This didn't even gap down, basically. This thing was ready to go. I have to agree with you. I think it gets 286, another 4 points as a 200-period moving average.
BlackRock's Turnell says on U.S.-China trade negotiations, says frictions related to competition.
All right, CVS here pushing a little bit higher.
And
remember, we got into CBS because of the potential candlestick divergence. There's not many things I don't get into these days unless I could pull out something that gives us maybe a divergence. So I was looking at this candle right here, how it took out the previous low. Also took out this low back here, which was this low, and this low is now lower than this low, but the stochastics are holding up. So I was looking at a very kind of a hard hidden divergence, and nothing's really happened from it, but it is hanging in there. That would be that candle would be a stop, but it's not doing much here. All right, am I talking too much? Too much? Waiting for the next setup here. This is good music. I'll put this music on as genius. So I didn't get to watch the Grammys. I didn't get to watch the Grammys, and I'm glad because it seems like everyone wants to just do their political statement. But I heard there was a lot of or what do you call it? MAGA, Make America Great Again, MAGA. Demonstrators, like at least 2 I saw on the news. I just lost. I liked it when it was the day of, I don't know, Guns N' Roses. Oh man, Magoo doesn't hear us. Maybe different. Maybe different. Or your cash. How you spell cash? Is that how you spell your cash? Something like that. You have to clear your cache. Try that. Like doing the controls F it. Who was singing this song? Because he's rocking it. I did watch. I was upstairs putting away my kid. The TV was in the other room, and I heard it on. And I went in there, and it was Alicia Keys singing, and she was doing some old school tunes. I mean, old school if you want to call them old school. They weren't that old school. Hey, no problem. This is Ella Fitzgerald. Ernie, she's rocking it, man. All right, good music. So, what are we at? We're at the restocks on the screen here. The Eli Lilly definitely pulled off after a nice run to 21 on Friday. CVS showing relative strength. These are the couple I'm in. The plan is looking okay. Baba is actually looking good. Square's pushing back up. Team is looking always good.
YGYI
LABU here, just about new highs on the day.
Low volume,
LABU, which is
$7.50. Yankee Golf, Yankee India.
Ultra Bull ETF, LABU. That's right at the highs also, so looking good. And there's a little underlying strength that feels okay. We're having a hard time now getting through that VWAP though, which I think is going to be the line in the sand today. We're just looking at it, how it's reacting off of that. And again, there's another great example, another great reason these algorithms here react to these levels. That's why it's so great to watch the show and see every day we concentrate on certain things, certain patterns. I told you where this pattern was going to go. This is a pattern. You have a wedge pattern divergence. A wedge pattern divergence is like going to an ATM machine and just waiting for it to spit out the money to you. Because this pattern, this combination, this pattern and these two candles in the size of this, at this point in the pattern, is almost a guarantee break out of the pattern. You have to take it 100% of the time. You know, and you always have that standard stop in there anyway, so you're not taking anything that you wouldn't take. But I'm just saying, these are your money opportunities. And, even if it comes around once a day, that one time a day is a big thing, because there will be times where it comes around 3 or 4 times a day, or it doesn't come at anything. But when you develop that confidence of seeing these and trading them, next time it comes through, you're excited. You take it, confidence, you add more, you have bigger positions into it. You take your profits, you develop your business plan around it, and you're good. You're just good to go. And then you're excited for the next setup. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Don't try to find anything better. There's not going to be much better than that. PTOF 174. Coop is pushing back up. CVS is looking okay. DRNA looking okay. Me and Paul discussed over the last couple of times we're on the phone how the volatility is kind of dried up in the market. We had this excitement recently, especially from the drop, December drop, into people panicking, and all of a sudden you're like thinking the end of the world, and then it moves back up, and then it's all clear and people are calm again. It's just being through it a few times. I wasn't really that worried about everything. It wasn't the worst case scenario. It actually gave people a lot of opportunities, opportunities from this V pattern breakdown, this whole area. This was such a great setup. Now look at this flag is actually playing out to the upside a little bit more. I think we go higher. All right. Next tune. See if I have a Coke. I can go with a Coke. I'm going to go with this is a good one. A little Cinderella. Now, what are we reading in here? We're seeing the price bang up against the VWAP. When do we fail? What could we? How do we decide if we're going to break out or break down? See the lower stochastics here, trending on the lower area, but not embedded. The 40 here is the same thing. I mean, just chopping around. It looks like we're trying to make a pop here. The 14 and the 9 starting to turn up. I mean, that's positive. And we are trying to get a move again through that VWAP one more time. I just don't feel like it's a good opportunity here yet. Even does go higher, moves higher.
ROKU Roku, hearing that the ROKU Roku.
Rector, you know what? Let me restart the show. Let me put it on the.
Of a downgrade.
Let me put it on the other XSplit, all right? Going to restart.
That's ROKU.
Should I restart, Paul? I mean, what's going on? I don't know. Caveman Paul says he good. All right, Mago. Because I'm only doing 10 frames per second. Paul, if you read, you know, he monitors my stream and stuff and my bandwidth. He knows how to, so he could tell you if the stream is good.
Shares of Roku getting a little bounce here.
I think he's saying the stream is pretty stable on our side. But I've been telling you, I felt like there's something going on today. Something's a little different in the air. Thanks, guys, for the feedback in the room. Anyway, maybe that helps you. Some people using the Opera browser. And, some people have great feeds. If it doesn't get better, and by Alexa time, I mean Jeopardy time, I'll try a different feed or reset the feed. We'll give that a shot. All right, here's a great one from Cinderella.
AE, Spirit Airlines getting a pop here, 62.76 the high on volume. Hearing some positive comments from the company's CEO, Sandy Alpha Victor Echo. UEC, Uniform Echo Charlie, Uranium Energy, CEO buying 10,500 shares at $1.34 per share. That's Uniform Echo Charlie.
All right, back here with you. According here, lows of the session, it looks like. Is that a... I don't know where you're even getting that. Tick strike. I didn't even have mine on. Oh yeah.
ADMP, Adamas Pharma, 13G filing out after Delta Michael Papa. First Manhattan reporting a stake of 7.23%. That's Alpha Delta Michael Papa.
All right, let's take a look at it. I'm going to just do a couple scans here fast. Sometimes I have... Again, no divergence is really lining up. We had a couple candles, OXY candle from Friday. Let's take a look at that. No follow through. No follow through.
DG, Dollar General, Delta Golf. 13G falling out. Farrell Hanley, Millennium Strauss, reporting a 5.41% stake in Dollar General, Delta Golf. That's a 13G filing.
All right, let's take a look at NOC. Still looking strong, definitely. And this big banging. This house is, or this building that I'm in, it's like gonna blow up one day. Boiler's always banging. Jesus, it's like going, it's gonna blow up now. You know what? Let me refresh. Let me do something. Let me reboot the stream. All right, let me reboot the stream. That way, too many people are having a little issue here. Hopefully, this fixes everyone's issue. All right, and we're gonna do this. When I get back on and just try to refresh. I apologize. Let me just try to fix this. It's too distracting otherwise. Give this market a little time to set up here. Maybe a possible divergence right here too. All right, I'm stopping it now. All right. Do you guys hear me? I'm almost done. All right. Do you guys hear me okay? Sorry. The bot's on. Let's go to the main channel here. Hopefully I got the main channel up here. I don't even see it. No, I don't. I just have the bot on. Let me fix that. Screen capture. Oh, it should be over here. That's where it'll be. All right. So I'm in here. Right before. That's the bots. Let me see which one. I don't have it on my screen here.
SPI, Sandy.
Anyway,
India,
I'm
SPI
long here
Energy
on the ES off of this divergence. Right when I was turning it off, I was talking about the divergence here. We went long.
At $4.71.
Again, same level,
Sandy
27.10 and a quarter. And I'm just about ready to take it off here. Because it's a little extended on this.
Order filled.
So I took one off. I took both off there. I had two cars there. And what you're seeing here is the divergence. And you see that line there, that dotted line? You see how you can see the dotted line underneath the red line? That really means there is that's my criteria to be able to see that dotted line. The steeper it is, the better it is. You don't want it flat down here. You want this trend line to be underneath it. At minimum, you want that dotted line above the trend line. So when that happens, you have divergence, just like right here. Divergence moved it up. Right here, divergence moved it up. We just want to catch a little of it. Take just in case it comes back down. But this is our setup right here. This is the setup that we love. And it doesn't look like I have all three on here. Let's see why. I'm here. I can't talk constantly. I don't want to talk when I'm drinking my Coca-Cola either. Try not to. NVIDIA here, new highs on the day. We just have to get the meter fixed. I'll try to reinstall it again, but I have a feeling it has something to do with the monitor now. It's just not showing up on one. And I checked my monitors to make sure they're all, if it's in view. Believe me. Hey, good morning, Pixie. Market here looking good. Starting to push back up. We're back above the previous high. NVIDIA here squaring off to the upside. I said NVIDIA squaring off because NVIDIA and Square are both pushing to the high. We got DRNA here finally actually showing some better action on that. CVS slow mover plan here looking okay. It's almost up $1. It looks like off the lows today. Add or remove programs. I'm going to uninstall the meter. Uninstall. Some components, but I'm going to try to put on another meter or something maybe. Because that one, I did do this before and it didn't really help.
still shows, you know
All
what
right.
I'm saying, on the screen. Yeah,
All right.
Robius. But I don't have any experience with XSplit, so.
All right. Well, I'm going to do it aftermarket anyway. It's too distracting now.
All right, I'll get with you later.
All right.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
All right, bye. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm trying to download it. It says I have components on there that are not, it's just going to be a pain in the butt. I guess I'm going to just have to talk. Plan here, making it
NMRD,
smooth.
Nomura halted on a circuit breaker.
Better
November
and
Michael
better.
Romeo Delta.
What am I listening to? Oh, you know what I'm listening to? Soundtrack to Say Anything. It's a good tune. Shoot, hold on.
NMRD, Nomura Medical reopens now. Off the highs $1.80. November Michael Romeo Delta.
Two trades I took today. Two divergences. You can see how the similar looks. The second one went a little bit farther, but hey, that's all we have to do is just analyze and recognize the right areas. Get in, get out. No stress. Plan here pushing higher. Eli Lilly pushing lower. CVS here hanging sideways. DocuSign here pushing higher. IBM pushing higher. DRNA here slightly moving slightly higher.
CLD Cloud Peak Energy popping to the high. CLD Cloud Peak Energy popping to the high. 83 cents. Charlie Lima Delta. Goldman Sachs reporting a passive stake last week in a 13D
Market
filing
here
for CLD
up
Cloud
against the
Peak.
VWAP again and a rejection. Small little trend line breakdown. Let's remove that trend line for now. It's nothing. I was just showing the direction of the divergence. It wasn't meant anything other than that. So let's see. What's our next setup here? I was looking at some scans before. Nothing really coming up on my scans. Nothing really. I'll look at some cheapies, so I can do that for a second. This OTLK Outlook Therapeutics. Let's take a look at the daily on that. CLD, Cloud Peak. Nothing. Everything working good in the room. Has everyone having a good day today? Everyone have a good weekend. All right, good. Look at how good those are, man. I am so happy about that. I mean, if we go back and take a look at that clean chart right underneath here. So that divergence. Two divergences, two nice moves. All you have to do now, we have to do is just wait for the next one. Oh man, Magoo, remind me where you are. Are you down south? Well, it feels cold here. It's back in the teens. Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 31 degrees.
Oh.
Today, expect a high of 37 degrees.
It was this morning.
Have a good morning.
Alexa, what's the forecast?
Right now in Nyack, it's 31 degrees Fahrenheit with cloudy skies. Today's forecast has intermittent clouds, with a high of 37 degrees and a low of 25 degrees.
Alexa, how much snow are we going to get?
No snow is expected today.
Alexa, why are you doing this to me?
I'm not sure.
Alexa, how much snow tomorrow?
TSLA,
It might snow in Nyack tomorrow. There's a 61% chance.
Tango Sandy Lima
You can
Alpha,
expect about 1.98 inches.
an amended 13G filing. T. Rowe Price reporting a passive stake of 5.2%
inches.
in Tesla as of December 31.
1.98
That's
inches. Could you be a little bit more specific? I got my kids all excited for a snow day tomorrow. They're going to hate me. Daddy, you said it was going to be off of snow. It was going to be a snow day. Now it's all disappearing again. Once again. Alberta, Canada. Oh my God. That's got to be cold up there.
that 5.2% stake is down from the 10.2% stake reported on September 30th.
You know what's showing some good relative strength? The IWM. IWM is actually at the highs of the session. Take a look at that. Take a look at that relative strength in the IWM back to the highs. Nowhere, definitely leaving the S&P and NASDAQ. Well, I have to take a look at the NASDAQ a little bit better before I make that call on the NASDAQ. NASDAQ might be fine, Hank. Well, it's not as good. No. This IWM is definitely rockstar material today. Oh, man. Minus 29 degrees Fahrenheit. Did you see me? What I did this weekend? I was in a hot tub outside at a ski resort. That was really nice. With the kids. There's a place called, what's it called? Camelback. And it's a water park ski place. Big water park. Which we spent the whole weekend in the water park. It was fun. And I killed myself the last day skiing. It was awful. I just fell down the hill constantly. Kids were wiping me out. Snowboarders. Plan here, pushing it higher. I said, I got to get off the mountain before I get killed. First day was good. I actually was skiing pretty good. And then at twilight, I just couldn't see the ground right. I was falling down. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the ice. It was too icy for me. That's what I thought it was. I was just getting super frustrated. I couldn't tell where I couldn't see the ground too good. It was like everything was gray and just kind of dark and gray. I couldn't tell the bumps. I couldn't see. I was just off. I was sliding all over the place. And I'm not a good skier, so it was even worse. Plan still hanging in there. Let's take a look at that plan. I was looking at some scans. I didn't see anything show up on the scanner. Let's take a look at PLAN. And it looks great. You know, it's working out. Yeah. LABU here still looking good. Let's take a look at the LABU chart. LABU. Yeah, that's not bad. Trying to turn back up. I noticed this the other when I was doing my research. Our slow turn back up, and I said, well, lots of times I've seen
Apple, Alpha
when we start to move
Apple
up.
Says health records on iPhone feature will be available soon
we start
to
to
veterans.
move up,
that's Alpha Papa Lima.
And we make that higher low on the stochastic. Lots of times we come down to that trend line, we turn back up also, and that appears to be what's going on here on the LABU. Look at LABU's chart, 3-minute chart. It's just if you saw this on a daily and you got a breakout, you would expect a nice daily candle. Now this is only on a 3-minute, 5-minute, 1-minute time frame, but it's still it's pretty exact level that's being held here.
CLGN Coal Plant Holdings 13D filing. Charlie Lima Golf November.
Well, there we go. CVS looking better. All right, we're just hanging out. The market here kind of going sideways.
Amy Sagi reporting a stake of 23.2%. And Charlie Lima Golf November. That's a 13D filing.
Order pending.
Oh, first, let's go over and see what it looks like, right? Going to the bot. Now, you can see there was definitely a divergence here. I'm not taking this one. I was actually looking up something, and that just popped past. I wasn't.
President Trump tweeting will be heading to El Paso very soon. Big speech on border security and much else tonight.
I'm not muted here. I'm just reading some stuff. We got. All right, let's get back to it. I'm getting caught in the internet rabbit hole.
SBOT, Spotify, Sandy Papa, Oscar Tango, block trade 781,000 at 136.40. That's Sandy Papa, Oscar Tango.
The RNA pushing a little bit higher, slowly moving back above 17. And we had was there a double bottom divergence right here? Let's take a look one more time. It's kind of a double bottom divergence. I wouldn't say a perfect one, but it's deep enough on that right there that we could look at it. Maybe possible. Maybe. It wasn't one like this. It wasn't one like this right here. But I had a little divergence look to it. Go back there. That's what you should be looking at. Sorry. Double bottom right there. The higher low right there. Let's take a look at that.
ARLO, Alfa Romeo Lima Oscar. Arlo Technologies block trade of 682,000 at.
Was there any controversy at the Grammys last night? Was
That's
there anything
Alfa Romeo Lima
outstanding?
Oscar.
Any special? I heard Michelle Obama showed up.
Order filled.
Trailed stop, got that one. All right, we're getting a breakdown here. Volume coming into it. I don't know if there was a little news out there. I didn't hear it. But enough to kind of, or maybe like we were just talking about, the algorithm's coming alive here. Searching out some orders. Looks a little bit more aggressive. Let's take a look. Let's see if I see anything out there. I gotta get rid of this music though. Had to get rid of that. Sorry. Vanguard Investment Chief sees 50-50 chance of a recession in 2020. He's like, all right, let's make the call. Let's see. Let's flip this coin right here. See what we're going to do. Well, let's make our call for the year. Let's pull out the old American Eagle. So that's what we get paid to do. They're living on the edge there. They're you know what? They know where to take the risk.
TWTR Twitter, BlackRock reporting a 6.1% passive stake in Twitter.
All right, little Twitter news. Little Twitter news, BlackRock. TWTR here. Let's bring it up fast.
That's in a 13G filing. Tango Whiskey,
Little cup,
Tango Romeo,
little handle.
13G filing.
Cup, handle, see, I don't know. You're not seeing any big moves on this news. I don't think this is delayed either. This would pop if it was anything significant. You even see the 5 minute, 1 minute. No one's interested. What is that? I keep on seeing this. This Childish Gambino makes history by winning both record and song of the year first for a rap. Oh, okay. I was like, what kind of history did he make? What has he done that no one's ever done? So, rap song, song of the year, and record of the year. All right.
BlackRock, now they bunch of 13G filings including Twitter,
Including Twitter.
JS Pharma, JAZZ, Intercept.
All right. Childish Gambino. This is This is America. I don't even know if I know this. This is America. Yeah. Let's take a look at the lyrics of this. See what America is about. Oh yes, I'm curious because I never heard the song. I don't listen to music too much anymore. Let's see how this. Yeah. Go away. Yeah. Go away. Yeah. Go. Yeah. Go away. Yeah. Go. Yeah, go away. Just want a party just for you. Just want the money just for you. I know you want a party just for me. Girl, you got me dancing. Oh, I'm liking this. Yeah, girl, you got me dancing. Dancing, shake that frame. Just want a party, yeah. Party just for you. Just want the money, yeah. Money just for you. I know you want a party just for me. Wow, that's deep. That's deep. That's record of the year right there. That's it. This is America. Don't catch you slipping up. Don't catch you slipping up. Look what? Gone. Is that it? Or do I have to go down here more? Oh, there's more. Thank God. Because I would have really thought this guy is a genius. This is America. Don't catch you slipping. Look at now. I'm living now. Police be tripping now. Yeah, this is America. Guns in my area. Stop the strap. Gotta carry 'em. Yeah. Got it. This is Gorilla. This is getting in the bag. I'm getting pad. Cold like yeah. Dope like yeah. I gotta blow yeah. Ooh. Tell somebody. Grandma told me. Your money, black man. Get your money, black man. Get your money, black man. Get your money, black man. Black man. I'm on Gucci. Now I have to watch it, I guess. Now it's getting too deep for me. I have to really listen to it, and I give it a good once over. I mean, if it moves me, it moves me. I got to hear what we're dealing with right now. Childish Gambino here. Let's go. I want to hear it.
PTI, Proteostasis Therapeutics, up 27% now, $4.08. Papa Tango, India.
Crickets like it. Crickets are singing right in here. I love it. I have a future in music. I can tell you that right now. That wasn't me, Harish. It must have been the song.
Look what I'm whipping up.
All right, we just finished first half of the song. There's a drum solo for you, bringing it back to days of the drum solo. That's talent right there, drum solo. Yeah, well there you have it. That's the song of the year and the record of the year, all in one. First time ever, history. It made history. Sure puts this one to shame. This one just moved down a couple spaces on the 500 greatest songs. I didn't understand it. No, I understand the genre. It's just different. You know, I also grew up with different music and really appreciate music. I guess anything moves people. You know, I could see that moving people. And there's great rap songs that I like, that I really do like. You know, that I listen to. But I also, you know, brought up on music that has a story. I don't know. Yeah, my dad would think that the Stones were just, you know, he would hate anything. Zeppelin, he hated Zeppelin, the Stones, cut long hair. You know, he was really a Frank Sinatra type of guy. So I understand that now. I understand that totally. The market here is starting to move back up. We're up 3 on S&P futures. Remember we talked about this. Look at what we talked about before. How this candle kind of came back, cleared out everything, and then we moved right back up to it. Right back up to it. It's very difficult. You know what it is, too, for me? And this is probably what it is. And I go back to a documentary I watched maybe a month or so ago. It was the story of the 80s hair bands. I think it was called Hollywood Boulevard or Hollywood Nights or something like that. And it talked about the bands going out in the 80s and getting signed. And it started with like Quiet Riot and Poison and, you know, and then Guns N' Roses came along at the end. And it was just interesting. The one guy, I think it was Vince Neil or one of the guys said, one day they heard this droning sound, and they all like all of a sudden realized something major is going to happen. That was the beginning of grunge music, and that killed kind of the 80s. And they says 80s music was just positive music. It was about partying, girls, just everything was great about the 80s here. They were all positive songs about life and stuff, and it made you feel good. It was maybe boppy and whatever and corny, but it had that message of just fun. And then that droning, I hate your parents, of the grunge era, things started to turn more negative. And then it's gotten that way. It's just gone that way. It became more hipper to hate than to love, it seemed like. It became more important to have a cause and to fight and be opposite of someone than to see the beauty in someone's beliefs. It was easier to go against it, and everyone was wrong, and sing about it. And that's what music has. That's why I don't like music today, because they concentrate on. And I've always thought music was something that brought you, made you move, made you feel good. But I actually respected, the Sugar Hill Gang, NWA, even though it was kind of violent. They had, I guess it's the age you grow up in too. You get exposed to it, you like it. It's very simple to like something that you're surrounded with. But I definitely saw the whole difference between, it made total sense when I heard that guy said it. It says it was going from feel good, party the night out, just great times, girls, long hair, feeling good, to droning, music and hating your parents and hating life. And it was like, yeah, that was right. I understand what the hell he's talking about. It totally makes sense. Then this group came out of the scene somewhere from Indiana, and they didn't care what they looked like. They didn't care. They had the biggest attitude. They were like, hey, look at us. We're going to do what we want to do when we want to do it. And they changed everything. And that group was called the Guns N' Roses. Anyway. Square, SQ, continue to push higher. Remember this one? We used to play this one a lot. I heard it the other day driving out on the Jimmy Buffett channel. I said, "Oh man, I haven't heard this one in a while."
MYL, Milan, Michael Yankee Lima, seeing a pop here, March 8:31.5 call at the Ask. That's Michael Yankee Lima. Crude is off the lows now, 51.61.
I missed my ISRG. I blew it. Damn. What time is it here? Coming up on Jeopardy in a minute. After this tune here. All right. Market here, still underneath that VWAP. How do you know a great song is a great song? That's a good question. I always thought about that question myself. You know, there's iconic songs that are always good, and when you hear them, you know they're great. But how do we know? But then they started pushing it. There's so many different songs. So many songs sound the same now. How do you say there's a new iconic and legendary song? That's something that belongs up there. What was the last greatest song? I don't know. How do you even classify that? Twenty-One Pilots. I've started. My son listens to those. The Imagine Dragons. All right, I gotta turn it off anyway. That was something. I'm just not want to listen to it. All right. All right. Market here pretty flat on the day right now. S&P futures up or flat right now. Currently flat on the futures. That's right where the previous close is on our screen. Not much else going on. There's a couple of divergences. We'll wait for the next one. We're up pretty good on. We have two ES trades under our belt today. Both are divergences. Both were positive trades. Square here pushing back up here. We're going to play you some Jeopardy next. And that's about it. I mean, we're going to come up to lunch here soon. Lows are right below us. You can see the lows underneath us. Also, we're also noticing a pretty decent downward channel. It's kind of a little channel there. NKR, let's take a look at those. Yeah, that Lululemon, we looked at it last week. Has a 2020 setup. It was setting up for that. Let's see what happened. It did follow through, right? It did follow through. It was a perfect 2020 setup. Started rotating back up. And a nice little move today. Actually holding good relative strength all day, too. SQ, I keep on seeing it move up here. It's holding the 20-period moving average. Looking good. I was looking at some other ones. ISRG here. That is a monster. I knew that was going to push right back up to the highs. I just tried to time this and... look at that. That's... Sheryl Crow born on this day, 1962. Little Sheryl Crow coming up. I liked her early stuff. Oh, waiting for you, town. I'll play. I'm gonna play it next. All right. All right, Jeopardy coming up right after this tune. Google new lows on the day. Thanks, Pixie. I want to point out some earnings after the close. Little Elvis Costello and the Attractions. And you know what time it is now for your favorite game show with your host, DJ Johnny Silver. Alexa, play Jeopardy.
This is Jeopardy! Thanks, Johnny. And welcome,
no
players.
No problem.
The first category is Show Us the Ring.
Oh, boy.
Pete Davidson proposed to this pop star with a
Ariana.
pear-shaped diamond from Greguna before they broke up. Thank you. Next.
Who is Ariana Grande?
Excellent.
I said her
second
name
category
wrong.
is-
Ariana Grande.
A classic setting. This Gabriel Garcia Marquez novel about the Buendia family takes place in the utopian city of Macondo.
Repeat.
Again, the category
I
is
didn't even hear
a
it.
classic setting. This Gabriel Garcia Marquez novel about the Buendia family takes place in the utopian city of Macondo.
Repeat.
Again, the category
I
is
can't even figure out
a
what
classic setting.
what she's saying.
This Gabriel Garcia Marquez novel about the Buendia family takes place in the utopian city of Macondo.
Repeat.
Please give your response.
What are we asking
You can
for?
also say, I don't know, to continue, or repeat, to hear the clue again.
Repeat.
Again, the category
Are we
is
looking for
a classic setting.
a classic?
This Gabriel Garcia
All right.
Marquez novel about the
10
Buendia
years of-
family
10 years of-
takes place in the utopian city of Macondo.
What is 10,000 Years of Solitude?
Please respond in the form of a question starting with phrases like, who
Couldn't
is,
have been
or
more
what
cl-
is.
What is 10,000 Years of Solitude?
Sorry, the correct response was, what is 100 years of solitude? The next category is
Say dumb.
5 Diamonds. Home to the Tampa Bay Rays, Tropicana Field is in this city across the bay from Tampa.
Repeat.
Again, the category is
Sounded
5
right.
Diamonds.
Sounded right.
Home to the Tampa Bay Rays, Tropicana Field is in this city across the bay from Tampa.
What is St. Petersburg?
Yes, that's correct. The fourth category is
Getting close. It's dangerous.
Side Stones. Maori legend claims that the Muiraki boulders washed ashore onto the east side of this country's South Island.
Repeat.
Again, the category is Side Stones. Maori legend claims that the Muiraki boulders washed ashore onto the east side of this country's South Island.
Repeat.
Again,
Are they New
the
Zealanders?
category is
New Zealanders.
Side Stones.
Sounds like New.
Maori legend claims that the Muiraki boulders washed ashore onto the east side of this country's South Island.
What is New Zealand?
That's correct. The fifth category is
Yeah, Mao.
Emerald.
whatever.
in 2018, a 5,655-carat emerald was discovered in the Gemfield mines north of Lusaka in this African country.
Repeat.
Again, the category is Emerald. In 2018, a 5,655-carat emerald was discovered in the Gemfield mines north of Lusaka in this African country.
Repeat. Africa.
Again, the category is
All right, let's
Emerald.
think. North.
In 2018, a 5,655-carat emerald was discovered in the Gemfield mines north of Lusaka in this African country.
What is Zambia?
Yes, that's
Nice.
correct.
Gun something.
The sixth category is
Nice.
Onyx. The response ends with the letters O-N-I-C-S. Superman helps everyone, and God equals light, not darkness, are examples of these patterns that aid in memory.
What is phonics?
That's not it. The correct response was, what are mnemonics?
Mnemonics.
Let's move on to Double Jeopardy.
I should have waited for
The
you
next
guys.
category is
I went rogue. I'm sorry.
newer words. The opposite of FOMO, JOMO is this, of missing out.
Repeat.
Again, the category is newer words. The opposite of FOMO, JOMO is this, of missing out.
What is... Repeat. Joy of missing
Sorry,
out.
the
Joy.
correct
Missing
response
out.
was,
Fear.
What is joy?
Joy. Shit.
The next category is
I'm hurting. That hurt me.
a state of relaxation. The response is a U.S. state. Kick back at Saguaro National Park in this state.
Repeat. I don't care anymore.
Again, the category is a state of relaxation. Kick back at Saguaro National Park in this state.
What is Arizona?
Great.
Yeah, you sound
The next
excited.
category is
Real excited there.
you say you want a French Revolution. A painting by Jacques-Louis David depicts the death of this radical, killed by Charlotte Corday.
Repeat.
Again, the category is you say you want a French Revolution. A painting by Jacques-Louis David depicts the death of this radical, killed by Charlotte Corday.
Repeat. Is it Maria
Again,
Antoinette?
the category
Antoinette?
is you say you want a French Revolution. A painting by Jacques-Louis David depicts the death of this radical, killed
Joan
by
of
Charlotte
Arc.
Corday.
Who is Marie Antoinette?
That is incorrect. The correct
Joan of
response
Arc.
was, who is Jean-Paul Marat?
John
The next
Paul
category
Marat.
is
Oh, no one would have gotten that.
movie title tunes. Isaac Hayes sang the theme from this 1971 blaxploitation film starring Richard Roundtree.
Repeat. Shaft. It's Shaft, right?
category is-
Shaft.
Movie title tunes.
We're doing Shaft now.
Isaac Hayes sang the theme from this 1971 blaxploitation film starring Richard Roundtree.
What is Shaft?
Correct. The next category is vegans and vegetarians. Herman Melville is an ancestor of this vegan electronic DJ.
Biochem getting a pop to the
Repeat.
Again, the category is
Crap.
vegans and vegetarians. Herman Melville is an ancestor of this vegan electronic DJ.
Repeat. Mark it
Again, the
Looks like it
category
wants
is
to push through that
vegans
high.
and vegetarians.
Back up 250.
Herman Melville is an ancestor of this
Feds
vegan
Bowman
electronic
says Fed's
DJ.
policy is in
Who
a
is
good
Moby?
place. Bowman says comfortable.
Please respond in the
with
form of
current
a question
stance of
starting
policy.
with
That's
phrase.
coming
You're
from
starting to
Feds
piss me
Bowman.
off. Who is Moby?
Yes, that's it. The last category is Not in Fiddler on the Roof.
All right.
Not to be confused with Tevye. This Middle Eastern city was joined with the port city of Jaffa in 1950.
Repeat.
Again, the category is Not in Fiddler on the Roof. Not to be confused with Tevye. This Middle Eastern city was joined with the port city of Jaffa in 1950.
Repeat.
Again, the category is Not in Fiddler on the Roof.
Haifa.
Not to be
All right.
confused with Tevye. This Middle Eastern city was joined with the port city of Jaffa in 1950.
What is Haifa?
That's not it. The correct response was, what is Tel Aviv?
It's all J-Dub's fault today.
Let's
The
see
whole
how you
thing
did
is J-Dub's
today.
fault.
Not bad. You've got 7 out of 12 correct.
Sucked.
You scored in the top 5% of players today.
Come back tomorrow for more clues.
It's all... Blame it on J-Dub.
ENZ, Enzo Biochem, along with unit, entered into a settlement agreement.
To the guillotine
With
with
Roche.
his head.
Roche has agreed to pay $21 million in the settlement pursuant to the agreement. That's that spike in ENZ. That's Echo November Zulu. DIS Disney, Marvel to make 4 animated superhero series for Hulu. That's Delta India Sandy. Shares of Netflix possibly reacting a bit. 346.65, just off the lows. November Foxtrot, Lima X-Ray.
All right. Well, this would be a qualifying divergence and a small little break of that level. Small qualifying divergence right there. From that low to this low. And a break of the channel line, which is even tight too, which is a good one. This was a really nice divergence from this point on. I mean, it's giving you a couple points already. We're starting to break through a major trend line. It's a trend line that's developed all day. And, well, there it is. Another divergence working out. Take a look at this SSNT. SSNT. Your mileage may vary, but it looks definitely looks interesting here. Light, small flow, 3.3 million shares. If the volume starts picking up here, this thing could really go. Every man for himself on that one. Not too much. I normally use that 1 minute time frame. But I could, you know. Oh, what's that? Let's take a look at the SPY here anyway. So that was a pretty decent divergence on the futures and on the cash right here. Pushed up against the VWAP again. It's been holding us back all day long. But overall, from 9:30 on, we haven't really been doing that much. We've been pretty much going sideways. Take a look at that VWAP. We keep on hitting that. The VWAP's here. It's pretty flat. Match.com pushing a little bit higher. Team still showing good strength. NXPI still good strength. ISRG, great strength. Big mover. DRNA here looking better. What do I want to eat today? Oh, you know what? Because before I was using the other platform to do the, I get the bot up there for you. I've been just showing you the bot when it activates. I've been showing it to you, and you get to hear it. I have the audio in the background. I just wanted to keep the bandwidth down in case that was affecting some people's broadcast. Me streaming two different things. Let me see if I get that going for you. I can get it going. Why not? All right, I want to start that stream up for you. Wait a second now. There we go. So I got started up on DTR2. The stream is up. Give it a second. If it's not popped up yet, it'll pop up. You have to push the play button on that DTR2 though. Remember, you have to go down the lower left hand corner and push that play button. Yeah, no problem. Brinker here pushing at the highs. Pushing back into that gap. That was a nice 5-7 day pullback. Pulled back about 4 days and then popped and pushed back up. ISRG, got to be one of my favorites going forward for a breakout here. I want to take a look at the options on that. Oh, do I have everything up on the screen here? I don't even know what I'm watching now. All right, good. This is not bad. I mean, there's a week, 4 days remaining. 235s is interesting. And we have a slight negative divergence there. That's forming. Slight negative divergence. Got some great songs coming up. We got some MC5, some Clash, some Suicidal Tendencies, Sex Pistols, Iggy Pop, Black Flag, Devo, all coming up here. Taking a stroll back to the 70s, 80s. Christina Ricci. Remember her? She was in the Addams Family when she was a little girl. She's 39 years old now. 39. Christina Ricci. Bill Russell. I think he's a basketball guy, right? 85. Mike Posner. I don't know. Was he a baseball guy? I don't know. We got new high. DRNA here, still pushing it higher. 31 cents. Brinker higher, a little bit higher. Square a little bit higher.
Celgene, Charlie Echo Lima Golf, Celgene, CELG popping to the high 80 on volume. That's Charlie Echo Lima Golf.
All right. Hey, what's up, everyone? It's back here. Back up against the VWAP. How's the music here?
WETF, Whiskey Echo Tango Foxtrot, Wisdom Tree to explore a sale. Wisdom Tree Investments popping to the high of $6.38. Bloomberg reporting Wisdom Tree to explore sale to JP Morgan. ACB and CGC, Aurora Cannabis and Canopy Growth. 420 investors, Alan Brockstein telling cannabis stocks Monday could be related to nervousness over earnings reports for Aurora Cannabis and Canopy Growth this week. That's Alpha Charlie Bravo, Charlie Golf, Charlie.
All right, what are we going to look at here? Under Armour. That's earnings are coming out on that. Let me just take a look back at this other one here fast. All right, it's still hanging in there. All right, let's take a look at Under Armour. You know, looking good, actually. Let's take a look at the... All right, I just want to take a look at something else. All right. Actually, the Amazon does look pretty good. All right, so here's your Under Armour. Pretty decent flag. We're actually holding way above the... Holding above the 20-period moving average. We had a slow rotation, starting to turn back up. Not bad. Not bad at all. Earnings are coming out on this, so, you know, looking at this level. I kind of like it. I do like it. I would bet, you know, I'd be, if you were going to take that gamble into the earnings, I would guess that they're going to have good earnings. Market here is still pretty much sideways most of the day. Kind of a slower day overall. We did have two divergence trades earlier in the day. We didn't take this one here, but it did actually work up and move up here. So really there was three good divergence trades. And again, another test of the VWAP. DocuSign at the highs of the session up 11 cents. SLB here. Here's Cloud Peak Energy. This one used to be a runner. 61 cents, flagging out. 13 million share float, already trading 15 million.
though it's a pittance of stock.
Yeah.
There's no way. I don't believe it. He has the right to amend his filing in mid-December anytime he wants. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, if he thought, oh my God, we got disaster coming next week, I'm selling the stock 2 days before, I'm going to be criticized. You know, but if the news is good, no one will criticize him for losing money.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yep.
That's just the way I read it. That's just the way I read it. And Lord knows, you know, I've had a little bit of experience about selling, reporting, etc.
Yeah. Yeah.
Millions of dollars. So I just have a strong hunch that, you know, in February, March time frame here, they've got shit to say about the boring business and the upcoming results. So they have this conference call. You probably won't be in to hear it, but
I'll be here.
Well, I'll be on it, and I can assure you that their key people that are on that. The woman who's the CFO. God, I can't think of her name. She's the first partner at Deloitte Touche that was a female out of Chicago, and Steiner and the other guy, and then they jump on a plane to be in San Francisco with the whole fucking team to make a presentation tomorrow at noontime?
Yeah.
Or Thursday at noontime? Come on. They're not doing that for shits and giggles. Plus it costs money to go out and do it.
Yeah.
You got to register, rooms, airfares, whatever. You know, it's not free. So, I just personally believe, John, that their boring core business is really doing better. Really doing better. And I think the forward looking of that business is going to be pretty good. So, you see all these big time companies come with earnings that match expectation or beat a little bit. But if they give forward guidance and updates that are good, the stocks do better.
Yeah.
And if they say business is slowing down and stinks, the stocks get killed.
Yeah.
Big and small. So anyway, it's 8 o'clock on Wednesday, so we'll see.
Just an update. You know, he has a lot riding on the Veru. There's a couple million shares. This is a little punk music. Someone asked what kind of music's playing. Trade RJC. I guess it's we consider this more of a punk. I haven't decided to get lunch. I brought some leftover steak in, but I'm like, man, I'm eating a lot of red meat because I had steak last night. Then I bring my leftover steak, and now I'm craving like maybe a sushi roll, but I'm too lazy to go out and get it. But the market here basically sideways. I mean, it's down to a crawl here. Looks like CDC coming out with some news here. This might affect Philip Morris and Altria here. CDC blames spike in teen tobacco use on vaping. Popularity of Juul. So this is just Juul. CDC blames spike in teen tobacco use on vaping.
Michael Pachter tells Benzinger weakness
so
in
watch
Activision's
reaction
Monday
here in Altria. I'll bring that up on the
assuming
screen.
that Activision missed the boat on Battle Royale games because of the early success of Apex Legends from Electronic Arts. That's Alpha Tango Victor India.
Up on my screen. Where is it? See if we get Philip Morris up. There's Philip Morris. Emil, do you hear me out there? Well, I'll walk you through it. All right? I'm going to walk you through that. The question is, where do you get the stochastics on the NinjaTrader platform? All right, so I want to bring this over on one of my screens. All right, let's go over to here. Let's move this over to this screen. All right, so what you're going to see on my screen is what we call the fast stochastic. So you're going to go on your chart, you're going to right click, you're going to go to indicators. All right, should pop up here in a second. Where is it? Come on. Some things are disappearing on me. I don't see it here. Where the hell is it? It's probably where my it's probably where my meter is. I'm looking for it. Give me a second here. I don't know why everything doesn't work now. Oh, man. It sucks. Let me restart it. Or maybe try a different screen here. I have to restart it up. I can't even turn it off. Shoot. I will explain it to you, Emma. If you give me a second, I'll explain the whole thing to you. No, you're not going to use both lines. You're only going to use the D line. You're only going to use the D line.
Telemetry off the low is now 72.20, dropping to a low of 70.59. That's from Echo Alpha Tango.
Things. Oh, man. It's not working for some reason. Hold on. Amazing.
PTI, proteostasis, moving to the high on a spike in volume, $4.33, up about 34% now, 34% now, Papa Tango, India.
All right, put it on the other screen. All right, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to bring it back up here. Not easy what I do here. All right, market dropping off here. So click on indicators. Your indicator box will pop up. All right. If you click on, you got that far, right? If you got that far, and over on here where your indicators are. Now up on the top, one of these boxes will say indicators, or right click and go to indicators. Scroll down until you see stochastic fast. All right. Click on it, add it, and when you add it, you're going to have the parameters over here. Now, I usually switch between 14.3 and 9.3. I think 9.3 gives you, that's the reason sometimes you'll see both of them on my screen, because the top one is 14.3, maybe the top one is 9.3. It's a little bit faster. The bottom one is 14.3, and the 9 and the 14 represent how many candles it's looking back and that's the data it's using. 9 periods of data versus 14 periods of data. So it gives you a little different reaction on it. But typically they're close enough to both give you divergences. The 9 sometimes gives you a better, more clear one. Sometimes the 14 does. really is. But the 9 seems to be a little faster, hence the faster time frame. So I usually use the 9, the 14, the 40, and the 16. We use those in combination. So, but the one we're going to concentrate on is the 9 and 3. So go over to the right here where it says K. You can put in 9. Just click on it and put 9 in there. And down here, this is where you wanna. You see the two. You're gonna see 2 lines. But what I'm gonna do here is I want to take my K line and I want to click on it so I could see the color. Pull down the color here. I'm going to go to transparent right here. And then click on transparent for your K line. And the D line you can make whatever you want. I make my different colors, but you can make whatever you want. Then apply it and it should show up down here. And that way your D line versus your K line, the D line is actually a moving average applied to the K line. So it's a 3-period moving average applied to the 9 period. So that gives you the reaction instead of having them cross over and stuff. And that's, I think, more important, is to be able to have a clean chart. Here's a good divergence back here, being able to recognize when the stochastics are making a true divergence and not be confused by too many lines on the screen. All you need is your D line. And then you apply it, and it should pop up on the bottom there. Now you can label it, or you don't have to label it. And you could do that all on your things there. So I'm going to cancel all that. So that's the reason you see double lines. Just use your percentage D, make the other one transparent, and that way you're going to be able to see it. Yeah, no problem. Good question, because that's the important part of making money in here, is to having everything set up properly. If you don't have it set up properly, just ask. We'll set it up. There's usually an answer to all the problems. And we all run into problems, it could always be issues. Don't get frustrated like me. Now I do the same thing on all my charts. They look different, because of different charting, different time, different amount of time on the chart. That one versus this one. But basically, I'm using the 9, the 14, the 40, and the 60. And the 40 I don't use that much. But sometimes I see a divergence on the 40, and a divergence on either the 40 or the 60 are longer-term divergences
National Enquirer
publisher
being
a trade of much longer-term time. This was almost
promoting Saudi Arabia.
Almost a divergence here. It wasn't. But it was a nice divergence here on the 9th. Look at that divergence here.
And it's Crown
From that point on, it was just moving on up.
That's the main deal by Dow Jones.
Now I'm gonna update my bots again here and turn those back on. Hopefully they're back on. That should be right now. There we are. That's one. All right. What else do I have? You have the moving averages. You have the high lows. You have the volume on there. The three stochastics are good though. 4 if you want to fit them on there if it's not too crowded. Small little divergence here. Sneaking here. Small. All right, give me a second here. Just give me 5 minutes. So I'm going to take care of something.
MO, Michael Oscar. Statement from FDA Commissioner Gottlieb on new data demonstrating rising youth use and agency's ongoing actions to confront epidemic of youth e-cigarette use. Gottlieb says sent letters to CEOs of Altria and Juul Labs. That's Michael Oscar.
All right, back. See? All right. What's up, everyone? I don't have a Coke. I have a pineapple juice. Oh my God. Corey, I just texted you back, Corey. Type out your questions you have on that, if you can. My tick strike is working. Try refreshing the dashboard. My tick strike is working. It was working all day. I'll turn it on, turn it off again. I don't hear it now, but I don't know. Let me see. Let me restart my. Restarting my. Oh, now that I restarted it, now it's not there. So I see what you're talking about. But now that I restarted it, see, that doesn't come from. That's not our issue. That's their issue. On Tick Strike. Shoot. Now it's not working. Don't refresh it if it was. No, I see what you're saying now. I see. I'll ask, you know. No, you're all going to have it. It definitely is coming from their end. You know, they're not serving it properly, or we embed it on our platform. And every so often they have a problem with it, so. All right, Eli Lilly, back over 118. I'm afraid that was I saw this pop up on 121 on Friday, and I thought we'd head higher today. I was wrong. We could have took some profits on this on the Eli Lilly calls. I got to get this thing back up and running. Let's take a look at those charts. Breaking news here. Nancy Pelosi, top Democratic lawmaker, slams freshman Republican Ilhan Omar over the anti-Semitic language. All right. God, what is wrong with this world? Yeah.
Order pending.
All right, so we do have a divergence. It looks like a divergence possible set up here. But I would, I'm going to let this play out. But for me, I would have to wait just a bit to see if it does qualify. So let's bring on the bot. See if we can go to the bot here, show you what we're looking at on the bot. You can see that the stochastics are above that 20 line and the price was lower. So it's, the problem is I need to adjust probably one indicator that makes sure that this stays above the 20. And it usually does. I mean, this thing does perform pretty good. So I'm not saying it's not a divergence, but I think I would wait for a confirmation. But again, if you don't take them all, you don't get the odds in your favor after a while. All right, Corey, this is what I'm going to do. Corey, you're out there. So Corey's asking me about Vero. Vero has they had an announcement that the upcoming shareholder meeting, they will be doing they'll be voting on some things. To double the number of shares, another proxy vote question is for immediate dilution of issuing a few million other shares. All right, so I called Deep Throat on this. I asked him about all this stuff. He said that, for the compensation and the bonus packages, they had to issue shares, or else they can't pay anybody and they can't do their deals. They can't do the payment of the thing. The stock split, that was, I had to ask him. He said it wasn't a stock split. It was just and I called him on it, and I said, it sounded like a stock split. I think I read what you sent me. We need to tell shareholders to vote no to these questions. I said, well, what do you think about this? He goes, well, I called my lawyer on it, and he said it was nothing. And I don't know what that means. It's not a split, yeah. So they're going to double their shares, but they were going to double it because of. So I'm gonna give them a call. Premises, I got an email from someone who got holding Vero. What how would we approach this live? What do you think? That way, I don't have to get it out. Maybe you could. All right, hold on. And again, I don't want this to cross the line, but I can't answer those questions for you. Probably at the lunch.
The Snow Bunny.
The Snow Bunny. Hey, you remember the other day I was telling you they were going to do some kind of vote, Vero?
Vote.
We got
the shareholder meeting.
The shareholder meeting. I just got another email from another guy telling me that it's a bigger thing than it is. It has a proxy vote, a question to double the number of shares, right?
Correct, which we already discussed, right?
We discussed. And a proxy vote question is for immediate dilution by issuing a few million other shares. So he's worried about.
What are you talking about? These people that are giving you this information are absolutely full of shit. What they're doing is they're increasing the 77 million share existing outstanding share count, which is only 63 million issued, but 8 million have been earmarked of the 77 for stock options and the profit sharing plan. So there's really very little stock left of the 77 million that the company could issue for thwarting a takeover, buying another company, raising money, whatever. So now this friend of yours is saying they're going to issue 2 million shares on top of the 150 million shares?
Yeah. It's just an email. I didn't read what the vote was going to be and stuff.
So what's his question?
He just thinks I should go and vote no, and everyone should go vote for no.
He's a fucking idiot. Okay. They are issuing the extra shares. First, they need them because they don't have any, and second, down the road to buy companies, for to take over, issue stock to fund projects. They don't have any stock.
Yeah.
In the till to use.
That's what I told them.
They are going to issue shares to fund the stock option grant for the key employees immediately. That might be what he's referring to. But, okay, you want to call it dilution? Okay, right?
CHK, Chesapeake Energy 13D.
3% dilution. But how are you going to keep your core employees if they don't have stock options?
Yeah, I know. That's what I explained.
They're all restricted. They can't use them for 2 to 3 years. They don't vest for 2 to 3 years.
Esquisto Holdings reporting a stake of 8.7%.
Is he correct that down the road, if they need money in 3 or 4 or 5 months, if they don't get a partner, they don't get licensing, blah, 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 and they need to raise $10 million, that they might have to issue shares.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, what the fuck? How do you think they're going to keep going?
Yeah.
So if they got 65 million shares outstanding now, and down the road at $2 or $3 when it's higher, we hope they have
shares
to issue another 5 or 6 or 8 million shares
plan
like
of
they
merger.
did 8 months, 5 months ago. So what? Yeah, it's going to be some dilution, but if the company's doing well,
Charlie Hotel.
AT&T and Time Warner issue shares. I mean, what are you going to do?
All right.
Bristol-Myers just issued $80 billion worth of shares to take over a $50 billion company. I mean,
that's what happens. That's business.
I don't. Go ahead.
No, that's just business. I understand. I get it.
But for him to say they're immediately issuing a couple million, of course they are, because they don't have any shares left in the till to speak of.
Yeah.
They're not issuing the shares to raise capital tomorrow. They're issuing those shares to fund the pension plan and stock option plan.
Yeah, and then, at that time, anyway, that's down the road. They should be already, the price should be up to a level.
John, eventually, the company is going to make money. That's the object of the game.
Yeah.
They're trying to get to that end point with their business. Now, they are not expected to make money in 2019. I happen to believe if 1 or 2 of these tests go well, on top of the core business improving as it is, they aren't going to have to raise that much capital. Will they have to raise some by the summer? Probably. But, you're talking about another 8 or 10 million bucks. It would be at the most, 10-12% dilution? So what?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So what? I mean, you're not going to jump out the window because they issue 5 or 10 million shares at $1.50 or $2.50 or whatever it is to fund themselves for another 10 months to get to the end game with these products.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But, I voted in defense of the guy talking to you. I voted 2 years ago, before you knew about the stock, against their original plan, which was to do 150 million shares back in 16. They originally wanted to come out of the chute with that amount. And I said, with only 32 million outstanding at the time from Female Health. And I said, absolutely not. And I voted hands down because I said, I want to see how you progress, how you grow the business, how you grow the boring existing urology business, and how some of these initial bioequivalency tests go, tamsulosin, et cetera, et cetera. But now that we see, or I see, I can speak for myself, where they're at, absolutely you have to go with it.
Yeah.
And his objection is he doesn't want them to ever issue stock.
Yeah.
Well, that's just silly.
Yeah.
How can you tell a company, again, from AT&T and Bristol-Myers on down, you're not allowed to have any treasury
Order
stock ready
filled.
to go because we don't want them to borrow any money, just make money. It's impossible. They're just getting going. Stupid.
All right.
So,
well,
that's the story.
All right. Thanks.
Goodbye.
Bye. That's the story, Charlie. We get it straight from the new. Don't be such an effing idiot, Sniper. Corey, you know I'm joking with you, right?
OPTN, Optinos moving into the high, $7.40.
That's what I tried to get across before. He said it has to be. It's
light
business.
volume, that's
it's
us to Papa Tango
business
November.
like that. And I tell you, I haven't heard.
INTC
This guy's
and
a straight
ERIC.
shooter. Every way you look at
Ericsson and Intel jointly developed
You know,
next generation
every way you look at
software-defined infrastructure for 5G era. That's India November Tango Charlie and Echo Romeo India Charlie.
And that we're talking about the Vero, and Vero coming out with earnings Wednesday, and then the day after they're going to be at the conference. So it's definitely interesting at this point where they are going to do this presentation the day after they deliver their earnings. Why would they go to the ASCO conference and volunteer their updates? If it was going to be bad, right? If it was going to be bad. So, the bigger plan, is what it is. You know it from the beginning. When we got into this, originally I got into it $1.18. I remember it. It was like last April, last March. I brought it to you. Didn't know much about it. Wrote it up. Got up to like 240 at one point. Came back down to 220. Chopped around. Still believed. Added to it. Continued to add to my position. Still believe. Knowing their transformation into an oncology cancer drug. Then things always seem to be, you think these things happen overnight. Oh my God, I want to get into it. But you don't realize, looking at charts in the long term, how sometimes things just take years. And that was frustrating, not seeing it go from $2 to $4 or whatever we wanted to see, get another double out of it. And instead, it's pulled back. It's pulled back, and it seems like, oh man, it sucks now because, it's not going in the position I want to go in. I don't, but the story hasn't really changed too much other than, this thing is not, that doesn't have the appearance of a penny junk stock where it's embedded to the lows for the last 6 years, and then it pops up one day. This has a pattern that you will see in most stocks that are trading in the $60, $70 range. And this is trading in the $1.50 range. And I'm not showing this, so I'm messing up right here. Sorry. There it is. There's the Vero. So there's the Vero. And I got in back here. And we rode it all the way up. And right back down. And now we're pushing back up. And the thing is, I would have, if I in the hindsight, and probably again if we got up here maybe to 240 or 260 or something, I would take some off. I would, very rarely do I get into these cheap stocks. Having this one brought to my attention by a good trading buddy of mine for a long time, and very successful in building companies and investing in companies and watching them grow. That is the issue. Is when you have a huge amount of shares and you're willing to hold it, and over time you got a 7-bagger and you're holding millions of shares. But when you're trying to make a living or trying to do something different than that, oh boy, all right, hold on.
Explain to the minions what I tried to explain in a long-winded. Stock left that they can issue a few million shares, but it's peanuts. And, you can't tie their hands to financing or whatever because you're concerned it's dilutive. I mean, obviously, yes, it's dilutive, but they're not going to come out and issue 50 million shares at $2. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. So, and they're trying to get to that end game, obviously, of being cash flow positive. It might take another year to get there, but in the meantime, you're not going to stop them in their tracks, or the employees that are key to them that rely on those stock options to hit a home run if and when the company does better, and tell them, fuck it, there won't be any pension plan or stock option plan or shares in the till because we can't get the vote. I mean, who would even work for such a company?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And plus the bigger plan, I mean, from what Mitch, first interview I heard of him was get to phase 2 and then game over, partner up.
Well, exactly. If you get results on a couple of these products, they will partner, license, or have, even now, as I sort of understand it, they're having money thrown at them in a sense because their core, I call it the boring core business, has begun to really take off like it was 5 years ago with the old female health company. And I think people are starting to see, hey, wait a minute, they have a viable business outside of the cancer business.
Yeah.
Which, of course, they do. They didn't have for a couple of years. It was doing $5 or $10 million a year. But if it starts doing $30 or $40 million a year,
that's huge.
$5 or $6 million a year profit, it may not be enough to fund all of their cancer, but it's certainly enough to do half of it.
Yeah.
So I think we'll know more Wednesday. But anyway, I hope people understand that. So, hey, look, I'm not a proponent of dilution either. Don't get me wrong,
BSI, Vitamin Shop, Victor Sandy, India, getting a pop to the high, seeing some option activity in Victor Sandy, India.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's silly.
If you believe in the product.
If you believe in the story, and the funding should come from urology to help cancer, and it's always going to be a little short because as cancer moves forward with, we hope, positive results, it costs more and more to get to the bottom of that. But at least the core business has begun to explode, which, between you and me, obviously, is the guy isn't getting any credit for with the stock at $1.50.
Yeah.
By the way, these pot stocks look like dog shit. They stick their nose up a point and a half like CGC, and they smack them right back down. ACB, CGC, APHA, I mean, if this market comes off at all, man, I think these things are really going to come off. And they had the biggest run, so why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
I think Momo guys got back involved in this shit a month ago. That's my opinion.
All right. Yeah, Eli Lilly here pushing a little bit higher. Even if I did read that, there it is in filing there. But he explained it. He said they need stock to do their business. They just need it. And that, at that point, they don't usually offer to do these deals until the price pops. So maybe they're expecting good results. The price to be much higher at that time. And to tell you the truth, hopefully at that price, the stock moves with the results. They're going to need higher prices to do more offerings or to do these deals and make the money. So they want this price higher before that. And I think that's on our side, because if it gets higher, you could get out. You're going to have a tremendous profit either way. Then they do the deal, brings the price back down. You still believe in the story, you get back in. Why not? If you could pull that off, then you're a genius. in and out and like that, and just like, wow. These earnings tonight or Wednesday. These earnings Wednesday and the day after the ASCO conference, which is one of the biggest, cancer conferences, and they'll be updating 3 of their drugs in their pipeline. It just seems that the combination of two, the way they've lined it up, you just wouldn't do that if you didn't have anything significant to say. You don't want to put all your, it's just like, it just doesn't make, how do you know they're paying themselves $500,000? I heard that Steiner wasn't paying himself anything. That's why he had to take out some money. He gets paid in stock. What? I have IP that will cure all cancers. What's IP? Sorry, I'm not getting that. All intellectual product, all cancers. Well, that statement alone, T-Rex, I don't know if you're joking, you're being sarcastic, you're selling the Brooklyn Bridge, or you're true. You're real, because you never know. And it's it's like I have a Bigfoot in my cellar. I captured one. It's locked up down there. I have it. Most likely, it's not a Bigfoot. It's probably a bear. Well, we could, it'd be an interesting nighttime talk about cancer cures, Captain Who, if you ever want to talk about it. Not to give away your idea, but to talk about the process and stuff. That'd be pretty cool to talk about. Because just last week or 2 weeks ago, the reason I'm talking about this and making a point about this is because a couple of weeks ago, Racer, I think, came out, posted something in the room about an Israeli company or some guy who found a cure of cancer. And I forget what it's called. Alibaba or something. Alba bin Du or something. It had a weird name. And it cured all cancers, and it was really clickbait. People were talking about it. But you could put anything out there, and it doesn't mean it has to be real. I could put out a press release tomorrow and say that, it's anything. You could say anything, and it would get picked up by major Yahoo News. It would get picked up by the Reuters. You have the right taglines and the right trending articles. It would get picked up, and it would be pushed out there. There's no fact-checking before it goes out. So, when you hear about someone saying, "Oh, I'm curing cancer," so hard to just believe anything. It's just, everything is just so warped. I would love it. It would be a beautiful thing. Closest thing I've seen was the movie Medicine Man with that, what was his name? James Bond. Finding some kind of cure for cancer. That's, and I've been thinking, reading up on that article, and then the big thing was that cancers are not all the same, so one cure is not going to be effective for everyone, and whatever, and ever, and everyone had an argument, never had anything, but you never know. I mean, until it's done, there is something out there. Maybe there is something out there that cures everything. Who knows? But you got to know that the cure for something like that is around. It has to be around. I mean, there's always something that reacts with something else. And I was thinking about it. I said, boy, wouldn't it be great to be able to target, I'm sure they even do this. And I want to make myself sound really, stupid by just saying they could just, mark the cells and have robot cells, nanotechnology cells go and attack each individual cell. Imagine that we could get down to a programming like hunter cells to hunt out bad cells and kill them. Bounty hunter cells. Maybe there's something like that. But that's what I picture. You had to figure out what's the sickness and then send in something super small to eradicate it. Right. Well, why don't you do something like Lixty did? Lixty did an offering, and you buy into their share. You got a certain amount of shares, valued at a certain thing. Deep Throat even did that with the Lixty, and he doesn't know much about the company. I bought Lixty when someone told him about it, and I said, well, this was in the beginning, back in the days of the Veru, and the Lixty I'm still holding, and my cost average is just over 18 cents on the LIXT. But it hasn't done anything. But I got in here basically the same time I got into the Veru. It was right around 18 cents. It was January, April. And it actually ran up one day to like $1.80 or something. I remember I wasn't even around that day. And it kept on going. I said, shit, this is the easiest thing ever. And then it just stalled out. But I'm thinking, you know what? Typically, you get a big pop right back. You come right back down, right? You come right back down. You embed and you don't have nothing going on in your life. This is holding some wicked strength up here at 83. Just kind of a weird chart. So I'm like, all right, you know what? It's worth for me to hold on to this. Because if I get another spike in this and it goes like $4, I'll sell it. But why? They did an offer. They did some kind of deal. They offered, maybe, I don't know. If it was something that would really cured cancer, you would have to prove it. And if you proved it, you would have no problem, getting funding for it and making a lot of money from it. So if it really does work, you have to get it checked out. CVS here dropped off a little and popped back up. All right, I mean, I get you. Hey, you know what? We're as close to the company as we could be, in terms of getting information on it and stuff. And I honestly, I wish I was out of it at 240. Sure, I would. I don't know that this is, it's still a home run. But things are acting better. I actually think they're going to have good earnings. I know that they're, I did my research. I know that their wipes, their whatever you want to call them, wipes, are being sold on Get Roman. They have the female condom stuff, contracts. They make money, and yet you have to go back into some of the early last year's conference calls and cancer conferences where they did some presentations. And Mitch Steiner does one interview where he talks about the pipeline and where they're going to be in 2018, where they're going to be in 2019, and they have it all mapped out. The whole thing is mapped out. They're working on some testing on phase 2 now, and that's a big one, and there's 2 other drugs, so I think there's 3 altogether. And one of them, if they get the dosage right, there's the marketplace is supposed to be like $800 million a year. So they have all these. Then they don't expect to ever get to phase 3 testing. By phase 2, he says, we get through our phase 2. I forget what it was called, but it was an important phase. Typically, they partner up before that even gets. That's when drug companies get interested and they start playing the game. So, and I don't know. I mean, do you feel any better from the phone call, or are you still just pissed that they're offering that many shares, and they're paying each other. They're paying themselves. But that's all good if the price goes to $4 to $6, right? I mean, we're not crusading for their. I mean, I'd like to see. All right. I'll vote no. When do we get our envelopes? Do we get those already, or do we download them? I don't think I get any of those envelopes. I used to get these big proxy statements all the time, and voting statements, and lawsuit statements, and I used to get them big. I said, "Oh my God, look at all this!" Like 50 pages, more than 50, 100 pages of lawsuits against certain companies if I want to join in, if you are holding the stock during this period, or so and so. Well, we'll see. We'll see if how this thing plays out. I'm very curious about these earnings coming up. I think we're going to pop into them. I think we're going to pop after them. I think the story's still there. I'm a little disappointed that it takes this long to work out, My backstory with Deep Throat is we were good trading buddies years ago, about 20 years ago. Traded every day together, mostly on the phone. I lived in Florida. He lived up north. We became good friends over time, I was invited to his place. We went to a big, fundraiser. He's quite wealthy. He's very wealthy. And he made his money in the market. So when I met him, he's had some really big deals going on, and I was able to ride the coattails. So I made a lot of my money back in the day, knowing him and being a part of situations like this, exactly like this. And then it was about a 20-year period we fell out of lost contact, basically. Lost contact. I had kids. He moved down south. Our intermediate, my cousin, who's also friends with him, he was kind of, everyone just kind of went their own way, and I haven't talked to him in years. And last year, random, cousin comes in and goes, "Hey, guess who I just talked to?" I said, "Who?" Blah, 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 blah. Deep Throat. What did he say? He said, we got to get into a stock. So this is the first contact from this guy after 20 years, and he mentions a stock. And remember, 20 years ago was when we were really just tearing up the market. I mean, there was nothing could do wrong. Nothing. So it was the good old days. And it was incredible. I mean, it ruined my respect for money. Like I lost the appreciation for the value of money. You'd throw it around. You'd make it every day. You'd throw it out. You'd never really even understood until it was gone, and those days weren't back. That's harder to make money. But there was one point in the market which was like unbelievable, and so we made a lot of money during that time. And so getting back in touch with this guy and just remembering where we left off, I was like, wow. I said, this guy is. I've been in a couple of his companies that he's owned, so I knew where the stock was and stuff. He was a big investor, so I'd made some money on that, hypothetically or whatever. In my dreams, it's all bullshit. So, I've never do that. The so the Vero falls in my lap, and I pick it up, and I buy it, and I start buying it, and start believing, seeing it move, and buying more. Now, I have 16,000 shares. My father-in-law has 20,000 shares.
ZAYO group pulling back here.
I won't add
25,
until that's my big thing now. It's
Oscar.
like, all right, back in touch. Let's see how this works out. If this works out, then we can move ahead in our relationship. Until this works out, I'm not adding another penny to this stock. Kind of quiet day though. How's everyone doing out there? Are you guys getting tired of me talking when we put on some music? Do you want to discuss? I heard that Walking Dead is going to start again. See, I turned off The Walking Dead, the episode that Rick was going to die in, but I don't know if he died. I just turned off. I didn't want to see Rick die. So I said, oh, Rick just fell into a pipe and it went through his body and the zombies and everyone's talking about Rick dying. So I said, you know what? That's the end of Walking Dead for me. So I haven't watched Walking Dead, but I just noticed the new season started. So I said, maybe I'll watch it just to see. Oh, Corey, we're going to be down in Florida for the Corisco Fox family reunion. I think we planned it for July. It's going to be in July sometime. Over the weekend, I went market here popping a little. Again, for those out there who might be listening for the first time or viewing the show, even though the market's moving, right, I'm definitely just trading one really good setup, unless I see maybe a tradeometer, which I haven't really checked today. I haven't checked. I didn't start my tradeometer since I rebooted my computer last night, so it hasn't been. Is it working pretty good today? Let me take a look. I haven't checked it, and I think it's important that we check that out. All right. Let me see. What am I looking at here? T-Rex. I was just lost my thing. I just read your thing. What show is filmed in my area? That Showtime guy with that tough guy. Who's the tough guy on Showtime? A lot of shows are filmed here, but recently in Nyack, they had the bar scenes from Ray Donovan, thank you, Captain Who. Ray Donovan is shot here a lot. They haven't shot here in a few months, though. I haven't seen them. It's probably because of winter. But they shoot in the same place all the time at a bar here, and But there's always in the summertime. The movie sets are on the street almost every week. There's a movie being shot in Nyack, and it's cool. You know, I've sometimes walked down if I'm in town doing work, walk down and just watch them do a shoot. I watched a lot of the Ray Donovan shoots at night. And one time they were making it rain. They brought
down
in
about
rain.
4% now. No news as of yet.
They did a couple other ones
back on January
Nyack,
18th. A report
up at
that
the Marydale
consortium of private equity
or retreat area up there. They kind of rented that whole place out for the whole year, and they used
possible acquisition of Zio.
It's an old. It's
ZAYO shares now.
It's like a little camp
dropping
up there,
here.
Marydale.
25.
Anybody knows who
Zulu Alpha Yankee
research that? What's filming up there? Someone told me once, but they're always filming up there. Wow, the market is slow. I had 2 trades today. 2 ES trades up 212 and change. Nothing with the stocks. What did I do? Nothing. I didn't buy anything with the stocks. Deadhead, my stochastics. Let's go over the stochastics a bit here. Because let's go over to a different chart. A real clean looking chart. Let's see if I can go over to this chart over here. All right. So this is what I have. This is on the TC. This is on the NinjaTrader. Nice black chart. Nice colored. I think the most important ones are the 9, 14, and 60. But I do have a 40 being marked down sometimes too. And that's because the 40 gives us sometimes a divergence I see on the 40. But I wouldn't, if you don't have the real estate, meaning the screen space, or you feel comfortable, put the 9 on top. I don't know why it's not labeled. But put the 9 on top, the 14.3, and then the 60.10. And the 60.10 is the overall trend. As you can see, this is kind of trending higher. The market's trending higher. If it's trending lower, if it's embedded, that's a good sign for these flags. So we use the 60 a lot. That 60 period right here is used a lot, especially if it's embedded and the price here moves and holds that 20 period moving average. We'll look for these flags to move higher. Same thing if it's down on the low part and we rotate up, like right here. This is probably a nice bear flag right there. And that's not a bad trade. It's holding the 20. We're selling off. This is kind of coming down, and we're getting oversold right here. So we're looking for that move back up, and that move back up brings us up to the 80 line. And when you get up to the 80 line and you're oversold, that's usually, and you're holding under the 20. That's what we call a 20-20 trade, and it breaks down. So I have the 9. So to go back on this, the top one is the 9.3. Second one is the 14.3, and the bottom is the 60.10. The 14, don't let the numbers confuse you. The 9 is the period that you're looking back, how many candles you're getting the data from. The second number, which is the percentage D line, is the moving average applied to that, the result of a moving average. So it smooths it out, makes it a little bit slower. And I use that strictly. So when I go to my indicators, I don't know if it's going to pull up here because it's broken. Remember, I might mess up this whole thing. I'm going to click on that, see if it pops up. I don't think it's going to pop up. Shit. And then it's going to be... oh, well. Anyway, you probably know it already. It's not popping up anywhere. See, now it's stuck. Damn, why did I do that? Oh well, I'll leave it like that. We'll switch over to the main. But the important thing is watching that 9-3 and 14-3 divergence. 9-3 and 14-3 divergence. Slight divergence here, slight move. That's the tough part, you know. Patience is the best attribute in this style of trading, because you really just want to wait. If you know something works so well, you have to wait for it, or else you're taking that edge away from you and you're putting yourself out there to risk. And if you're fine with that and you have money to risk, you know, you're going to casino, you just want to practice different things with real live money, fine. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but if you're a beginner trader out there, best thing you could do is start applying the right techniques in the beginning, learn discipline and patience, and get out and strict money management. The other things will come in time. Once you start to learn how to make the money, because you're going to need the money, then you could start to experiment with your own, you know, whatever you want to try to do. No, deadhead. Let me show you down here. 14-3. 14-3.
ZAYO,
14-9.
Alpha Yankee Oscar.
14-3.
One of the lows now, 25.
9-3. So
ZAYO.
9 will be the percentage D. 9 will be the percentage K. The first number is the percentage K. The second number is the percentage D. If you get it, if you look at your indicators, you'll see that it'll give you percentage K and percentage D. The percentage K is how many candles you're looking back. That could go from any amount. And we typically look, the shortest amount I look at, it's 9, then I go to 14, and then I usually use 60. Those are the three important ones. 9-3, 14-3, and 60-10. That's it. Deadhead, that's it. And remember, and then if you don't want to have the double lines on it, go to wherever you're controlling your candles, your lines, your stochastic lines, depending on what charting platform you're using, whatever one you're using. Go to where you're doing the lines and make your percentage K line clear or transparent. And so it's only showing the D line, because you don't want to get too many lines on the screen. What we're looking for is one simple pattern. And when you see it, we make money on it. So let's not confuse the situation. No problem. I'm really helping. I'm liking helping everyone with the stochastics today, because you guys are seeing how important they are. And it is. Well, market here is starting to get closer to that low. There's no real line here, except the low here. It's a tough call here if we're going to move lower or not. I mean, the market's pretty flat. S&P futures just down less than a point. But this looks like could be a trapdoor zone here, where we have a touch, came down, kind of touch, coming down. What if we break through? We're going to get right to the lows here fast. $200. Wow. That's awesome.
Order pending.
Order pending. AMRHS. All right, let me get that up here. I'm trying to get my AMRH thing up and it's froze. Everything is froze now because since I hit that NinjaTrader button. I gotta fix something fast. Oh, it's not moving. I thought you were making it move, and I got it up on the screen now. Yeah, I wasn't seeing too much of a move on this. What's it up? 2 cents. It is moving. 2 cents. All right. Let me start this back up now.
Order canceled.
I had to restart my bots here. Hold on a second. Remove. All right, I put that back up on the bot channel there. Took off a small profit on one trade. It just did. That was the original gangster. That's the one that's pretty good for catching some nice moves. And it has a very safety, I call it a safety net. Works well. It starts once it recognizes a little weakness, it bails. Sometimes it works for you, sometimes it works against you. But at least it gives you a profit most of the time, which I like. All right, let's see if we can get a trade in here before the end of the day here. What time is it? Oh, we got plenty of time. It's an hour and a half to go. Hold on. Hold on, I'm just setting up my charts again here. I had to restart them all. I've been hearing a lot of news about James Brown. Like, where's his body? Kind of crazy stuff. Anybody hearing any stuff like that coming out recently on James Brown? Like, was he killed, murdered?
Futures settle at 52.41, down 31 cents.
Order filled.
My little company in retail.
Wow.
I mean, that's not much money, John, in the realm of that world. Not at all. It's a joke, as a matter of fact. I mean, if you manage under $1 billion or $2 billion, you're a peanut.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm just watching here. It's just fucking stupid. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks.
See you.
Bye. Fucking peanuts. Peanuts. Someone calls me a peanut. Mark here, get a little pop. All right, well, we held off the lows right now. You can still see below us, and kind of one of those days. Big pop. You can maybe the algorithm chasing the trailer here. We had a good discussion, kind of like on the algorithms, how they work out. Yes, this morning it was really good. Actually, the patterns this morning were perfect for us. Let's learn something today. Market started off with a divergence at 8:30. We pointed that out. It's kind of drifted all the way down until the open, and at the open we kind of pop, and then we waited for things to set up here. Here we had our best setup. This is the number one setup that you sometimes could trade. I say sometimes. It is the number one setup I like to trade. It's a wedge pattern divergence, and it qualified. We got in it, got a 1.25, and then chopped it. Went a little higher, but we were fine. Then we came down to another divergence here. Was it this one? I think it was that one. And we got a nice pop on that one. And then it came down a little bit further. It came down to a lower trend line and a support line. X marks the spot. So these are all these setups are the playbook setups. Again, refer back to the forum or up on the top of your dashboard for your for the videos describing each one of these techniques. Here's the wedge pattern breakout divergence. Here's the divergence. Here's the lower trend line and the horizontal X marks the spot. All this area worked out perfect. Another divergence and a breakout. Continued move up. We had a small divergence here and a small move, and wasn't really looking at this. I said I wouldn't, Remember, this is pointing down, so the bigger trend is down, so the smaller balances will probably turn over faster. And that leads us to right now, which there's nothing really here. Can't tell, energy drag, drain it from the market, or
As 2020, U.S. most likely to be in mild recession. China will begin to default in dollars.
You know what we didn't play today is the question of the day. We'll check out. Look. So next week we might do something special. Might do a couple extra shows for you tomorrow, next week at nighttime. So keep an eye out for that update. The reason is because my kids and my wife take their annual trip out to Oregon to go skiing, and I stay here to do the show because I hate skiing. but it also gives me some time, extra time to spend on the radio with guys. So I try to do one overnight session. Once a year, I try to do an overnight trading session, like a marathon, like a Jerry Lewis trading marathon. That's what we're actually going to do. We're going to market. I'm going to actually do it. I just came up with it. Jerry Lewis trading marathon. All night. We'll work every single setup. Trading the futures. Before that, we'll prepare ourselves. We'll get ready for it. I'll get people set up on their platforms, even if you want to just follow along with a paper account, or we'll set you up. We'll, put you in the right direction if you want to open up an account before then. So that'll be good. So maybe like a Tuesday night, Tuesday, and then that way Paul can take over Wednesday a little, and I could sleep in a little. Maybe we'll switch up the lunch hour. He'll do the open. Oh no, I'm gonna go stay up through the night. I could do that. I could do a 24-hour trading session. No doubt about it. Market here breaking down. This is what we were looking at. We're looking at what we call a trapdoor area, where it just opens up and it breaks down, and we fire right down to the lows. And I think we could actually do that. Yoda. What was Yoda's planet? I was just thinking about that. I was like, well, that's I appreciate the word Yoda because I love Star Wars, and I like Jedis. I did fill out Jedi for my son when he was born and stuff. When I had to put a religion down, I did put down Jedi. Because I read that you could do that. That's an official religion, so I did put down Jedi. So it is actually on his, wherever this is registered, he is a Jedi. Dagobah. All right. See, he knows. A true Yoda fan. Now, look what happened here. You got to know that this whole thing is corrupt and manipulated, and there's electronic snake, going up and taking out orders up here and then dropping real fast and taking out other people, when they go long here, thinking it's a breakout, and then they reverse it, and they know where the stops are, and they take them out, and then it gets right back here, and someone's making a lot of money on this. It comes down here. We wanted to see us break through this recent low. And back in the day, you would look at people jumping in on this, but it's not back in the day anymore. Now it's computers, and the computers are not playing that game where you break down, you get to the next level. You're definitely getting a little flush and a bounce back up, and very volatile. Let's see if it shows up as a divergence. I don't see anything on the bot. Yeah, the tick strike is not working. I don't know where Paul is. I mean, maybe Paul will just update us on that.
ZAYO, Zio, March 27.5 call suite. Zulu Alpha Yankee Oscar.
All right, how's everyone doing out there? All right, let's take a look at here. A little bounce back into that candle. All right, let's see. Looking around. Man, it is kind of a dead day.
What is you putting that valet new in October that failed? Brumadinho Dam was at heightened risk of rupture that according to internal report seen by Reuters. Says risk of dam break as twice its
Damn.
maximum level of individual risk for dams, according to that report. Classification of the Brumadinho Dam in October will require notification of CEO and the board. That, according to a Reuters report. That's Victor Alpha Lima Echo. Shares ticking lower now, $11.16 on VALE.
All right, well. Alexa, play question of the day.
Welcome back. Here is today's question of the day. The topic is literature. It is worth 6 points. In Ernest Hemingway's 1952 novel, The Old Man in the Sea, the main character struggles with which animal? You can answer A.
Blue marlin.
Whale, B. Marlin, C. Shark, or D. Octopus.
B.
Nicely done. You have earned your 25th literature badge and 6 points. The Old Man in the Sea tells the story of Santiago, an aging Cuban fisherman who struggles with a giant marlin. The book received the Pulitzer Prize for Fiction in 1953. You are with the 39% of users who got this one right. You have earned a total of 719 points. You've earned a bonus question.
Ching, ching.
Would you like to answer it now?
Yes.
Okay. Here is your bonus question. The topic is literature. It is worth 4 points. What is the name of the creature in Mary Shelley's novel Frankenstein? You can choose from A. Victor, B. Frankenstein, C. Walden, or D. The monster has no name.
D.
You have 2 correct answers in a row. You have earned your 26th literature badge and 4 points. Frankenstein's monster has no name in the novel. Did you know that Mary Shelley started writing her novel when she was only 18? You are with the 59% of users who answered this question correctly. You have earned a total of 723 points. Stimulate your brain every day with the question of the day.
Alexa, is there another trivia game we could play?
All right, trivia games. Here are a few popular ones. First is random movie trivia.
Yes.
This is a trivia about
Yes.
movies. Do you want to enable it?
Yes.
Okay, here's random movie trivia. I will ask you 5 questions.
Awesome.
Try to get as many right as you can. Just say the number of the answer. Let's begin. Question 1. Which director did not win an Academy Award for his directorial debut? 1. Delbert Mann for Marty. 2. Jerma Robbins for West Side Story. 3. John Huston for The Maltese Falcon. 4. Sam Mendes for American Beauty.
Repeat.
Question 1.
I think B.
Which director did
Or
not
number
win an
2.
Academy
The
Award
2, the
for his
second one.
directorial debut? 1. Delbert Mann for Marty. 2. Jerma Robbins for West Side Story.
Oh,
3.
no, maybe not.
John Huston for The Maltese Falcon.
I don't
4.
know.
Sam Mendes for American Beauty.
2.
That answer is wrong. It was 3. John Huston for The Maltese Falcon.
Oh.
Your score is 0. Question 2.
Shit.
Who was the first actor or actress to win 2 consecutive Oscars? 1. Jason Robards.
Oh, God.
2. Katharine Hepburn.
Oh, God.
3.
I'm gonna go
Spencer Tracy.
Oh, God.
4. Louisa Reiner.
2.
That answer is wrong. The correct answer is 4. Louisa Reiner. Your score is 0. Question 3. Who are the only brother/sister pair to win Academy Awards for acting?
Oh, God.
1. Jane and Peter Fonda. 2. Warren Beatty and Shirley MacLaine. 3. Eric and Julia Roberts. 4. Lionel and Ethel Barrymore.
2.
That answer is wrong. The correct answer is 4.
The door.
Lionel and Ethel Barrymore. Your
Stop it,
score is
Alexa.
0.
Stop. Don't like the game. Alexa, play another trivia
The
game.
correct answer
Alexa,
is 4.
stop.
Goodbye.
Goodbye to you. Alexa, play another trivia game.
Welcome to the new music trivia. I will ask you 10 questions.
Okay.
Try to get as many right as you can.
New music?
Just say the number of
I
the
don't
answer.
know new music.
Let's begin. Question 1. Coinciding with what would have been his 74th birthday, which former Beatles' entire solo album collection was released in February of 2017? 1. George Harrison. 2. Paul McCartney. 3. John Lennon. 4. Ringo Starr.
Repeat.
Question 1. Coinciding with what would have been his 74th
What would have been?
birthday,
Ringo-
which former Beatles' entire
Ringo
solo
is still
album
alive.
collection was released in
I
February
think
of
it's George
2017.
Harrison. 1.
1. George Harrison.
1.
2. Paul McCartney.
He's still alive.
3. John Lennon.
It's 1 or
4.
3.
Ringo
I'm
Starr.
going to say 1.
That answer is correct.
Yes.
Your score is 1. Question 2. What was the first video ever played on MTV?
Oh, easy.
1.
Radio killed the
Open
music
Arms.
star. Video
2.
star.
Back in Black. 3. Video killed the radio star.
Yes.
4. Rock the Casbah.
3.
That answer is correct. Your score is 2.
Bring it on.
Question 3. How many keys are present on most baby grand pianos?
Oh, God.
1. 88.
96.
2. 100. 3. 234. 4. 25.
Repeat.
Question 3. How many keys are present
88,
on most
right?
baby grand pianos?
All right.
1. 88. 2. 100. 3. 234.
All right.
4. 25.
1.
That answer is correct. Your score is 3.
Oh, my God.
Question
We're
4.
killing it.
Which of the following guitar players was not a member of the Yardbirds?
Oh, that's a
1.
good one.
John Mayall.
I don't know.
2. Jimmy Page.
He was
3.
on it.
Eric Clapton.
He was in it.
4. Jeff Beck.
Repeat. I'm going to say 1.
Question 4. Which of the following guitar
guys
players was
agree?
not a member of the Yardbirds? 1. John Mayall. 2. Jimmy Page.
1, definitely.
3. Eric Clapton.
Those 2.
4. Jeff Beck.
1.
That answer is correct. Your score is 4. Question 5. Stuart Copeland was the drummer with
Police.
which band?
Police.
1. The Doors. 2. The Police. 3. Pink Floyd. 4. Led Zeppelin.
2.
That answer is correct. Your score is 5. Question 6. What was Tim McGraw's first number 1 hit?
I don't know.
1. Indian Outlaw. 2. Down on the Farm. 3. Don't Take the Girl. 4. Refry Dreams.
Repeat. I don't know this one. Help me.
That answer is wrong.
Oh, you.
The correct answer is
You
Don't
suck.
Take the Girl. Your score is 5.
Oh, come on. That's
Question
not
7.
fair.
Which Canadian rapper had Billboard hits with the songs No Long Talk, Get It Together, and Blem in 2017? 1. Drake. 2. Mad Child. 3. Checkmate. 4. Cardinal Official.
Repeat.
Question 7.
I don't know any
Which
of them.
Canadian rapper had Billboard hits with the songs No Long Talk, Get It Together, and Blem in 2017? 1. Drake. 2. Mad Child. 3. Checkmate.
1.
4. Cardinal Official.
1.
That answer is correct. Your score is 6.
That's from The Room.
Question 8. What is the title of the first Alice Cooper album?
Oh,
1.
I could do this.
School's Out. 2. $Billion Babies.
Yeah, 2.
3. Pretty's for You. 4. Welcome to My Nightmare.
2.
That answer is wrong.
Oh,
The correct answer is Pretty's for You. Your score is 6.
I should have
Question
waited.
9.
Should have waited.
Which English rock star released his 25th studio album Black Star on January 8, 2016?
Black Star.
Just 2 days before he died of cancer.
I don't know.
1. David Bowie. 2.
David
Iggy
Bowie.
Pop.
Yeah.
3. Lou Reed. 4.
1.
Billy Idol.
Repeat. It's either 1 or 3.
Question 9.
1 or 3.
Which English rock star released his 25th studio album Black Star on January 8, 2016? just 2 days before he died of cancer? 1. David Bowie. 2. Iggy Pop. 3. Lou Reed. 4. Billy Idol.
1.
That answer is correct. Your score is 7. Question 10. Who rose to fame in 2008 with the release of the single I Kissed a Girl?
Oh,
1.
I know this.
Lady Gaga.
Katy Perry.
2. Rihanna. 3. Katy Perry. 4. Taylor Swift.
3.
That answer is correct.
Love that song.
You got 8 out of 10 questions correct. Thank you for playing music trivia. Think you got a question that is good? Head on over to www.musictriviaonalexa.com and submit your question now.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I love that song. I'm going to play that right now. I Kissed a Girl. Thank you. There we have it. Little Katy Perry. Oh, no more, please. That's enough of that. All right. You know what? It might be time to play one of the greatest bands ever. I haven't played them in a long time. Greatest gift from Canada. Greatest Canadian band of all time. Just amazing. I mean, There's no other way of introducing it, but Loverboy, here we are. Let's listen to the lyrics. You'll understand the message. You know what? Let me break into the song for a second. I'll let the song play in the background. But I was going to say, if things get interesting, the one thing I want to ask Deep Throat is, hey, Deep Throat, would you think if the results were going to be good that someone would know and they would be buying the stock up beforehand? Or is it always so tight-lipped? You know, if I had an uncle or a friend in the business and really good friends, and I understand it's dangerous not to do that, but doesn't it always seem to leak through if there's some good news out there on certain stocks?
General election for May 2nd.
But what happens is, and what I've noticed over my 23 years of trading, is it happens at the end of the day, and just usually the day before, a couple days, or the day before, or the day of earnings is when that buying comes in. All right, it's under the radar, but it usually comes in at the end of the day. And, you know, hey, so I just was, in the back of my head, I'm saying, I want to pay attention to the end of the day here. See if I get that feel. Before, I used to track a lot of stocks on the different type of volumes if I felt there was good news coming out and we're coming into something. You know, that's the time I'd be watching. So I just noticed some volume coming across on Veru right now. Just want to bring that up to you. Hello?
Last chance to get on the train.
I know, I'm watching the volume come in.
Last chance.
I was just saying to myself, I said, just think, I know, but I'm thinking here, when I see these stocks coming into a conference, and, like, wouldn't you think that...
Conference, earnings, and statement, and question.
Yeah, but don't you think that people would get a whiff of it somehow, or that doesn't play out anymore these days? Because I used to see things...
I don't know, you used to tell me to buy these $80 and $100 stocks because you think they're doing good, and they'd have a conference, and Two
Yeah.
days later, the thing would be up $40. I mean, you know.
I'm just saying
why
it's
can't
interesting.
Smaller companies have good news and decent, improved revenues.
Yeah.
Why can't they?
Do you have any projections on price after the earnings and thing? Are you thinking anything? No.
Fuck no. You know what I think about the stock. That I think it's $2.50 or $3 this year. I just believe it.
Yeah.
Last year, I think it would have done it, but the market collapsed and they did a deal. So, you know, it hung in there 180 to 220 for 6-7 months.
Well, I think if they come out with good stuff tomorrow and it holds up a day, that the sellers doesn't get by sellers, then momentum traders would get into it and we could run. But it's definitely moving higher. It's just a matter of there's going to be selling tomorrow.
Well, there's been selling, John, for months from the overhang of that deal.
Yeah.
You know, like I explained to everybody, when you participate in these deals as funds, hedge funds and otherwise, you got to take the good, the bad, and the ugly, or they don't give you the cream of the crop when they come along. So a guy takes down 100,000 at $1.40 and doesn't really want them, but he has to swallow them. So when he can get out of them, he gets out of them.
Yeah.
Now, I think 4 or 5 of the people that got into this stock and the deal are in it to win it, but hundreds of thousands probably weren't, you know.
All right.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Yeah. So, we'll see what happens tomorrow on the Vero. The heroes or zeros. He's a good guy. I have nothing. You know me, my philosophy is we're all in this together, you know. It does nothing, you know, I'd want us all to make money. It's better for everyone. The probably the hardest thing is, you know, knowing the risks in trading more than the average beginner. You know, the beginner, you know, it's there's not an easy way down here. You know, even things that you think could be a sure thing, as you could tell, especially in earnings and any type of news event, the market could shake it out before it runs higher, and that shake could take out people, get frustrated. And next thing you know, these things are heading much higher. You know, I mean, you could always go back and look at the story of stocks that have started out at this level and eventually moved up. I'm sure if you look at Celgene, I don't even know, but you go out on the weekly here, a lot of these stocks back here were, you know, real cheap. Maybe that's not a good example. I don't know how far I could go out to get the Celgene down. Here we go. When it was trading at 72 cents. No $1.81 for it, you know, $4. You know, eventually, all these stocks eventually take off. I mean, Celgene, a worldwide company, it was $1.80, $1.40, $1.30. You know, to any of these stocks. Pfizer back here, 1990, $3, $2 stocks. Every stock starts off at a certain level, and then it has to grow into their business. Let's take a look at Sting, S-T-I-N-G, S-T-N-G. Hey, I hope it all works out for all of us. Scorpio Tankers. You know, these tanker stocks have been interesting, but this one looks very bearish. It's right on a ledge. I mean, if you're going to get a bounce, you're going to get a bounce here, so it's an easy out. It's an easy out. So I wouldn't be looking, you know, back in the day, you'd condition yourself to look for a breakdown, or now you should actually look for, you know, understand that this probably is a bounce zone. And it's probably a good risk reward for a bounce. And if it does break through, it's an easy out. It's so close to that stop. So you have everything working. You got a stochastic rotation. You got a candlestick that's kind of an embedded, an engulfing candle, an outside day. Everything here points to a move back up, as it did back here, as it did back here, as it did back here. So why not? You know, here you have everything. It's actually really nice. 16 to 20. Tankers scared the hell out of me. I mean, half of them are like penny stocks. So this one has a downward trend. It kind of just scares me looking at the pattern. But like I said here, you know, last 4 times in this situation with a reversal candle, it's moved higher. So it's hard not to believe that this doesn't move higher tomorrow. It's really hard to believe that this doesn't move higher. It has all the components. Reversal candle. Here's a Pearson pattern. Oversold is starting to turn up. Follow through days. 7 of them. Reversal candle. Pivot. Pearson pattern. Crossover to divergence. Nice move up. Nice move up here. Pretty decent engulfing pattern. Just about. And here we have a huge outside day engulfing pattern. So it just makes sense to see the follow through here, at least for a point. So you're talking 1750. That's a great trade to 1750. And if you're a Scorpio, you got to be in it. The stinger. All right, I'm going to write that one down. You know what? I'm going to write it down. I'm going to smack my head on the mic if it moves up tomorrow and I'm not in it. But like I said, you know, certain things that you just kind of stay away from. Tankers I don't trade too much of. But I appreciate the chart a lot and saying, all right, I'm very curious to see if this continues its trend and gets that. Here's a divergence back here almost. Move up here, move up, move up. There will be at one point, you know, 1 in 10 times, a time that it maybe breaks down or there's news out there and the pattern breaks. But this doesn't, you know, I'm very curious to watch this one move higher. I'm very curious to watch it move higher. It has everything going for it. We're at an important mark in the chart here. The previous high. Previous high is important. Previous close is important. Current low and current high. And the VWAP. Probably the 4 big ones. Pivots. Just the main pivot is usually pretty good. But I think that comes number 5 on my list of important things. The VWAP definitely looking as a great one. Previous high and previous low are also super important. So I think those are the big ones. SPY here, 270.63, trying to move a little bit higher. We're going to try to pop through this. All right. I think we're going to pop here. We're going to pop. All right, market here, pretty flat. 3 up on the futures. I didn't get the tradometer up today at all. Let me see if I can pull it up fast. I can't believe I didn't do that. Go to tradometer.com. Also, could someone post, I don't know if Sonny's in the room or anybody could post the link for the trade show. Trade show is coming up. All right, let's see if we can actually go over here to...
ES Tradometer overbought.
Oh, there's a tradometer. All right. All right, so we have a couple overbought levels. We had one back here, which was a nice stop or a nice short. Then we had a buy signal here, which broke down. It ended up being a bearish flag. Then we had a nice buy signal there, a nice bounce. So it's okay. I haven't been watching it, but now I have it up, so I'll be able to test it out now. There, Sonny, thank you. So Sonny posted the link in there, and what we'd like to do is just get people to register, even if they're not going to make it out. It helps us out with our deal we have with the Traders Expo that we get people to sign up for the show. No, it doesn't cost anything. You get a brochure talking about where the show is, the schedule and stuff. But and we promote
YM Tradometer overbought.
And we promote it. So if you could help us out by that, filling that out, that would be great. I'm also going to tweet it out right now. Yes, and also that's right, Sonny. Members, we every year we have a members get together at a local establishment, open bar, for members only. And so if you're planning on making a trip to New York, it's a good time to do it. Let me take a look here.
You know, if you don't want to take the risk, but I like it. I mean, it's moving up today, and you know, it's down from like $70 from a couple of years ago. It's a good company. That's not a fly-by-night company by any means.
No, I like it. I like the chart. I like the Nike check mark in it. I like it.
How was your weekend? I know you went skiing, right?
Yeah, it was good. It was actually. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, things went black. I don't know what. I got so many buttons to push and so many things to pay attention to. That was Dak called up. He's along Teva now. He wanted me to look at it. That's why I put you on for a second. This is really nice pullback. You have a lower trend line pullback, which I don't think he even noticed that, but he was looking more at the stochastic pullback, and I said, yeah, that's a Nike check mark. Remember, a Nike check mark gives you a nice lift off. We had a Nike check mark in, was it OXY? Right here. And we had nice like a 5-day run before pulling back. So I would expect this Teva with the Nike check mark right here to have a few upside days here. At least, 50 cents. So. You know, if Arbian was around, I would tell him. I don't know where he is. I think I told him. No, we talked about it before. All right, let's... Vero 152. ISRG here. Beautiful day on that. Oh my God. So Dax, he's long the Vero calls. So I was curious what the Vero calls were at. Let's take a look at those. I think we get a pop. I think we get a pop after earnings. That was my call. I told Dak that. I told him. I said, I think we pop. I think we get back up here above that 180 level. Who knows where we could go with it, but I think we definitely pop on these earnings. I'm looking at their option chain here. The options are dead. He said he got his going out to July, I think. That doesn't seem right. Oh, they're puts. I'm like, what? Yeah, about 20 cents. Ask 25 cents.
MCHX, Marchex popping here to the high, $4.59. Michael Charlie Hotel X-Ray.
Well, if you see it now, it's probably too late. But there was a qualified divergence here. DRNA, excuse me. I'm looking at two things at once here. There was a nice divergence here, holding above that 20 line. Lower low, big rip back up. There was a small nice, it's pretty nice. All right, let's take a look at the DRNA. Pushing back up to the highs. We rolled with this one a little. We wanted to roll with it, let it move. We wanted to definitely hold this double bottom area. It did. It's actually bouncing nice now. Watch for volume at the end of the day here. Some positions maybe started here in Veru. Not a lot, you know. I would be impressed if we saw like 100,000 shares in the last few minutes of the day. That would be impressive. Someone would know something all of a sudden. Good night, Yoda. Oh, no, Yoda's not going. Maybe he is. I don't know. Good night. Yes, he is. What do we got playing average? Oh, good tune. Look at this market here. Whip this place around here. It's coming up at 348, 346 right now. Pushing again up to that VWAP. We haven't broken through it. Working on Johnny eating on the mic. I didn't eat on the mic. I don't have any. I never went out for lunch. Ah, come on, guys. I drank on them. I said that, Keldar. All right, I'll be super professional tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be the super professional person. Drinking. I want to work on a meter. We'll do station breaks, weather maybe, traffic. No call-ins. I thought we gave a good show today. A lot of good information. A lot of F-bombs. I mean, come on. Played the record of the year. Hey, thanks. We did identify some good divergences too, and I think that's the important part. Eventually, everyone will see. Tomorrow, we'll be identifying those in that prime time hour. You know, that prime time hour for those divergences, like from 9 o'clock, even 9:30 to 11:30, and then we'll come into the latter part of the day maybe. But they were working great today. This last one was, you know, a nice channel breakout. Not much happening, but we could still identify some good levels. This was actually a 5-minute time frame divergence, which I never paid attention to on the 5-minute. Didn't think about it. Looking back at the time frame, it does fit that criteria. And then we're kind of just hanging here flat on the day. Market here, S&P futures up 2. And You know what? I'm sending out this tune. This is a great tune, and I'm taking it off. Sending out a tune to the person complaining about me eating on the mic. I need to turn it up. Turn it up, please. Turn it up. Listen to it for at least 30 seconds, and I believe your day will be better afterwards. I think that's perfect. I think the damage is done now. You guys will be humming this the rest of the night. Dinner table. It'll be in your head. You'll be cursing me later tonight when you're trying to sleep. Chocolate rain, fuck, hey, hate you, can't sleep. Chocolate rains in my head. Can't take it. Chocolate rain stuck in my head all night long. Chocolate rain. Can't take it to don't home. Chocolate rain. You'll be thinking about this all night long. Chocolate rain. What the hell does it all mean? I say chocolate rain. Rain. Everything you say has got to be followed by chocolate rain. Can't talk to anybody without saying chocolate rain. Say it at the dinner table all night long. Let's go home and say it to our kids. Drinking too many coffees. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Stop. There it is. It's done. It's like looking at a spiral and then taking your eyes and looking somewhere else. You still see that spiral. Market here pushing a little bit higher. And that goes out to a warning to everyone else who wants to challenge me. I got one better than that, but I'm not going to pull it out right now. I might hit my... It is off now. It is. It is. I'm trying to think of something. Let's play a little classic Joan Jett. Market here in positive territory now. Look at that top trend line, though. Stop this. Even though we got to break through the VWAP, we also got to break down all of that top trend line there. Take a look at what our large engulfing candle is today. Halliburton. Saw some other good ones. Let's go over the earnings one more time for tomorrow, the next day. I smell toast. I think that means you're going to die. All right, after the close, we have, there's not much out there. I mean, I'm not seeing anything that even to pay attention to. Construction Partners, some infrastructure stocks. Not familiar with too much. Iveco Instruments. But the rest of these, I don't know if there's any recent IPOs that might be interested in. But nothing I'm looking at. I'm out of here. Then tomorrow we have, before the market opens, another crapola day. Shopify, Under Armour, U.S. Foods. So Under Armour's, I actually like the Under Armour. That's one I do like. If you were going to look at a gamble in Under Armour, that actually looks pretty good. UA, looking for 4 cents. UA and UAA. I'll look at the chart one more time for you. We'll do UAA. It's not bad. I mean, let's go out to the weekly. Weekly way off the highs. You know, still cut in half, and you're down here. And I know they've probably fixed some of the issues that's been dogging them. Did Nike come out yet? NKE. Nike here actually showing some good strength today. So it's taking the lead. Actually, Nike's moving up in front of Under Armour's earnings. So that's cool too. There's another option there for another trade against Under Armour is Nike. I like it. If I was going to take a gamble here on Under Armour, I think I'd do it long. We'll see. I'll bring it up on the screen. That was tomorrow morning, actually, before the market opens tomorrow, February 12th. And then tomorrow after the close, we have Activision, Blizzard. We have Denny's, Groupon. Twilo and TripAdvisor, TRIP TripAdvisor. Take a look out a little further. This is the last minute here. I want to get up the. I want to be here with you for a few minutes. So, the market's closing up right now. We're closing in positive territory. So, we saw a little. There's nothing we're really going to put up after hours, though. But Under Armour tomorrow I'd like. Just the finishing touches, we're looking at some stocks going into tomorrow. If we could take an early look at tomorrow based on stocks that have closed out today, let's do that. The plan actually looks good. You know, even though it did pull back off the highs, it did continue to hold that 20-period moving average. All right. The IWM, didn't look at it on a good chart, but it was showing good strength today.
International Stroke Conference describing diffusions on ambulance phase 2 trial with TSC for treating acute stroke. That's Delta Foxtrot November LABL.
Let's see what else
Lima Alpha
comes out
Bravo
of this.
Lima
I don't know.
halted ahead of their earnings release. Lima Alpha Bravo Lima.
The tradometer did work out good on that last sell signal here. It dropped right off of that sell signal.
MGI, Michael Golf India, MoneyGram reporting a penny. The estimate was 13 cents for Michael Golf India. Revenue of $345.8 million is short of estimate for MoneyGram, Michael Golf India. RL Golf Tango, Radiant Logistics reporting 16 cents. The estimate was 11 cents for RLGT. RNG, Romeo November Golf, Ring Central, reporting
Low tick alert.
23 cents. That's a 5-cent beat for Romeo November Golf. Revenue of $189 million is also a beat for RNG. LABL, multicolor, Lima Alpha Bravo Lima. Shares were halted. Company reporting 50 cents. The estimate was 79 cents for Lima Alpha Bravo Lima. Revenue of $397 million, also a miss rather, for LABL. And shares again halted ahead of that news. Charlie Bravo, Aurora Cannabis. Aurora Cannabis moving here. $7.42, up 25 cents for Alpha Charlie Bravo. RAMP, Romeo Alpha Michael Papa. Live ramp reporting 3 cents. The estimate was a loss of 13 cents for Romeo Alpha Michael Papa. So that's a beat. Revenue of 80 million, also a beat for RAMP. RICK, RCI Hospitality reporting 61 cents on revenue of 54 million. That's Romeo India Charlie Kilo. LABL, the multicolor board, also says that they are exploring strategic alternatives. Again, shares were halted ahead of that news. Lima Alpha Bravo Lima. VECO, Vico Instruments reporting defense in line for Victor Echo Charlie Oscar. Revenue of 99 million is ahead of estimate for VECO. BRKR, Bruker. Bruker reporting 54 cents in line for Bravo Romeo Kilo Romeo. Revenue of 553.6 million is a head of estimate for Bruker, coming in line on earnings, BRKR. VRNS, Verona Systems, reporting 54 cents. Victor Romeo November Sandy. ABEO, Alpha Bravo Echo Oscar, Abiona Therapeutics names Joel Seifert as its CEO. That's Alpha Bravo Echo Oscar. CHGG, Charlie Hotel Golf Golf. Chegg, reporting 25 cents. That's a 4-cent beat. Revenue of $321.1 million for Charlie Hotel Golf Golf. LABL shares to resume trading at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Lima Alpha Bravo Lima. MIME, Mindcast, Michael India, Michael Echo reporting 9 cents. That's a 3-cent beat for MIME. Revenue of $87.6 million. That's also a beat for Mindcast, Michael India, Michael Echo. Mindcast sees Q4 sales of $90.6 million to $91.5 million, ahead of the million estimate. Sees FY 2019 sales of $338.7 million to $339.7 million. That's ahead of the $333.2 million estimate. Mindcast beating on earnings and reporting strong guidance. Shares of Mindcast popping to a high of $44 now at $43.24. FLXN, Flexion Therapeutics, announcing publication of data from repeat administration trial of Zilretta in rheumatology and therapy. That's Foxtrot Lima X-ray November. MIME, Mindcast shares continue to pop here. 46.21. RAMP, live ramp, 45.96, up $1.88. MOH, Michael Oscar Hotel, Molina Healthcare. GAAP earnings of $3.01. Revenue of $4.66 billion for Molina. That's Michael Oscar Hotel. ROED, Romeo Oscar Alpha Delta Construction Partners. Reporting 10 cents on revenue of $154.3 million, both short of estimate for Romeo Oscar Alpha Delta. Molina, MOH. Looks like the adjusted number is $3.82, not comparable with the $1.02 estimate for Michael Oscar Hotel. FLIR, Foxtrot Lima India Romeo, Arlington Capital Partners, agrees to sell Endeavor Robotics to FLIR for $385 million. That's Foxtrot Lima India Romeo. OMC, Oscar Michael Charlie, Omnicom, raises its dividend 8.3% to 65 cents per share. That's Oscar Michael Charlie. FMC, Foxtrot Michael Charlie. Reporting Q1 revenue up 8%. GAAP earnings up 24 cents, $1.69 for FMC. The estimate was $1.39, so that's a beat. Sales coming in ahead as well for Foxtrot Michael Charlie. Gilead, Alpha India Lima Delta. Gilead reporting that their Stellar-4 study did not meet its pre-specified week 48 primary endpoint of a greater than or equal to one-stage histologic improvement of fibrosis without worsening of NASH. That's Golf India Lima Delta. STE, Sandy Tango Echo Steris, reporting $1.26. That's a penny beat for Sandy Tango Echo. BRS, Bristow and Columbia Helicopters terminate proposed transaction. That's Bravo Romeo Sandy. Bristow has paid $20 million in conjunction with that termination. That's Bravo Romeo Sandy. Wall Street Journal reporting DoorDash reaches for more than $6 billion valuation in new funding round. BRS, Bristow reporting a loss of 57 cents. That's better than the $1.08 loss that was expected for Bravo Romeo Sandy. GILD, Gilead shares dropping here, 63.40 the low on their failed trial, Golf India Lima Delta. TWLO Twilio Deer 7 reporting a 5.6% stake in a 13D filing for 10. ACB Aurora Cannabis reporting a Q2 loss of $237.752 million versus a profit of $7.722 million in the same quarter last year. Sales of $54.178 million, up from $11.7 million year over year.
NQ Tradeometer oversold. ES Tradeometer oversold. YM Tradeometer oversold.
Hey, what's up out there? If you're out there listening, just stopping into the office here for a few minutes. I got to work on some things. I noticed I had Joan Jett playing for the last 2 hours. Not a bad song, Naked, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. I like it. Makes me want to play another tune. I think I'll play an old one. Great movie. If you get to watch the movie. The Runaways. Hey, Viljar. Good movie. This is live in Tokyo. I forget what year. We'll call it a long, long time ago. Live. (1977). 1977. Viljar's typing and driving in an ice storm. Viljar, come on, man. I don't want anything to happen to you. Hey, Emil. I stopped off and got myself a latte with an extra espresso shot. I gotta do a little work here. I'll do a couple scans. We'll watch the markets. Maybe we'll get a trade in tonight. I think I'll be here probably till about 10:30. Hey, Kretek. I always like that name. Any news after hours worthy of talking about? Let's take a look. One of my news sources I use is briefing.com. I don't really recommend it. I think you could get just as much news on a cheaper service. After hours, let's take a look here. VRNS down 20%. Let me I remember this one. It's all the way down here. Alright, so that was 63. Now trading. Let's take a look at that 5-minute chart. Yeah, that's gotten crushed there. CMP down 9%. There's a couple other earnings. EA's up on the latest Apex Legends update. I should call my son. He's telling me about Apex Legends.
NQ Tradeometer overbought. YM Tradeometer overbought.
So I see this Apex, and I just had to call my son because we had a conversation at dinner. I went home, had dinner, and then I came back here. And at dinner, my son is telling me about this new game he's playing. It's called Apex, and it says it's really good. And I said, "Oh, great!" I said, "Do you know who puts it out?" I said, So I started drilling him. I said, "Is it better than Fortnite? What makes it so good?" So I come in here and I see breaking news after hours that Apex update. More than 25 million users now. So that's pretty cool. I mean, that might mean something. Let's take a look at EA's chart. EA, Electronic Arts. And you can see the after hour gap. Well, let's take a look here. What is today's date? Today's 11th. So it's not much of a gap. Well, it is. Here's the gap up here from 97 to 103. It's trading at the highs. The daily does look good after this reversal. This looks really nice, actually. This actually looks really good. I want to write this one down. I bet I could get deep thrown into this one, too. Very nice. Very nice. And that was a huge divergence, too, on this gap down and a reversal. So lots of things here looking pretty good on this. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Even after... This is a good buy right here. 103 and change. This is really good. I just had to text a deep throat. He'll get it. I told him to get in right now. This might gap up nice tomorrow morning. And especially on the daily, I'm not worried about it because daily actually the daily looks so good. Nice pullback on the daily. Big divergence here on a gap down. It ran back up. Now we have some good news. Just looks good.
YM Tradeometer overbought.
Well, anyway, that was just based on the Apex discussion. I was like, I should call my son. I said, congratulations, you made a good call. What else is moving after hours here? Companies trading higher in after hour in reaction to earnings guidance. We did those. Companies trading higher in reaction to news. EA following Apex Legends update. More than 25 million players. After hour losers. BRNS. Vetco Instruments Farm. That's about it. Gilead here trading the lower. I think that's about it there. Personal large. All right, well, that's not really, nothing making any big difference there. Even though I do like this one going into tomorrow, I would only probably get into this with with options. So, you can't do anything with it now. I don't think I'm going to pay up $103. 10,000. If anything, you get 100 shares. I think it gaps up a couple more points. Me, Kramer. I never listen to I don't listen to TV. Period. You should have heard the choice words that Deep Throat said about Kramer today. He knew him back in the day. You heard him. I had a piece of his peanuts. The guy's peanuts. He goes. If you're managing under $1 billion, you're peanuts. He goes. I'm not in either way, EA here, but I'll watch it for tomorrow. Like I said, I think we gap above 103. Market here slowly grinding higher. We're at the highs. I think we actually gap up tomorrow. We'll watch the markets here. I know. Nothing happened on the bot so far since he opened. But you can see a little grindage here. Just something's sneaky about this grindage. The grindage. All right, so let me. I had to do a couple things on the website. I don't want to get distracted. I'll check in with you if we have any bot trades or any other kind of setups here. I'll keep an eye for divergences. I got my trading platform still up from today. So if anything happens, we'll take advantage of it. Until then, let me get my stuff together here. All right? Please.
YM Tradeometer overbought. ES Tradeometer overbought.
There's some kind of error on the dash. Oh, yeah. That's the tick strike. That's the tick strike. We have to wait for them to fix it on their side. Partner of ours that we are, So when that goes down on his side, it doesn't show where everyone, the embedded areas. So that's the tick strike thing, though. It happened today at one point. Right after someone says, I love the tick strike. It's the only thing that's working. They jinxed it. Who said that? I know you're out there. You know who you are. Oh, Paul. Need this from you if you can. Start working on it. Is get that disclaimer on the Tradeometer site. The two disclaimers. Did I send them to you? I believe I sent them. Or I could send them to you. Just on the bottom in the footer. Or just a link. A link would be fine too. They said I could just put a link on it. I could just put the link down at the footer saying disclaimer, and that's fine. And I'm going to have it go to a page. So I'll send you the link. That's what I'm doing here, because I had a big talk with the compliance lady the other day, because they said they're going to put the day trading radio on the Ninja Trading in their marketplace, but I have to put in the disclaimers on all the pages and social media stuff, and I have a list of 30 things I got to do tonight. I'm not going to get it all done, but I want to work on it. So I'm going to work on that page, and then we'll put the links wherever we can. I got to do it on everything. My Twitter stuff. Anyway, so until then, let's play a little tune from my friends, Social Distortion. I ever tell you when I was up on stage with these guys and there was a big fight in the bar? You know, I'm gonna put a short. I want to put a short strategy on here, but I don't know how good this one is. I want to put it on anyway. See if it has any backfill on it. I don't know if there's going to be anything that triggers on that. I want to put the bot on here and I'm going to get to work and be right back.
ES Tradeometer overbought.
Order pending.
Looks like we got that, like that short that I put on here. Again, it's not a completed short. What do you call it? Set script yet. I'm testing that out, seeing. I haven't put it on in a while, so I don't see it as a viable script. I wanted to put something else up there though. I just want to see how it's working. We're at the highs of the session, actually. The market looks very strong tonight. Actually, some other stocks here. Apple here moving up from 68.80 to 69.20 now. 40-cent move over the last few minutes. The SPY moving up here. Getting up to 271 with the market here at the highs right now. At the highs. Yeah, I'm not liking. I don't feel good about any short tonight, unless I see really good divergence later on. Now, you know what? Looking at it right now, there's a slight divergence now. Let's take a look here. All right. Well, I got to continue working. I'll never get done. I want to turn on a different type of music. Help me work. All right.
Order filled.
Yeah, boom. Market here takes out that stop. Definitely going higher. Which is good. I'm happy about that. I want to see a nice pop tomorrow. All right, let me get my work done. I don't like this song, whatever this is. Not my type. I'll go to the next one. Never go wrong with this one.